A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Self second, Hempstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off at end fourth. What a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hempstead. 2015 was a defining year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filcell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Hello everyone and welcome to a live broadcast of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. This is some of the best sim racers in Australia competing for one of the top honours in Australian sim racing. I'm Reece Gardner bringing to you tonight the Atlanta 250. We're going racing around Road Atlanta tonight for round 5 of the series. But first up, we're going to go for the Split 2 event, and joining us in the commentary box for the commentary of that is Mr. Jake Burton and Mr. Clayton Brooks. How are you guys?
Thanks a lot, Reece. Here we are, round 5, I believe, at Road Atlanta this week for the second split of the Lenovo V8SCOPS. How are we tonight, Brooksy?
Hey, I'm good, thanks, Jake. Glad to be here. Got my internet back, and looking forward to watching some action firsthand instead of on the live stream tonight.
That's absolutely right. And just looking at the qualifying so far, we had a couple delays getting the live stream up tonight, but just looking at qualifying, Mitchell McLeod has absolutely blown everyone out of the water with a time about half a second faster than the rest of the field, and not to mention 7/10 faster than his time in practice. Looking at practice, I thought Sandman would have it all packed, but Mitchell's got it.
Yeah, definitely. Sandman was looking the goods in practice in the warm-up earlier. Only guy to get into the 1:21s, but saying that, Mitchell McLeod's 1:21.499, so Sandman's still the only other guy in the 21s with a 21.9, so expect to see their time come down a little bit, but it's quite close. There's a pretty much the whole field doing 1 minute 22s and 23. So we're looking for some good racing tonight, Jake.
That's right, and something we must note about this session at the moment for Split 2 is there is a 43-degree track temperature. Now, I know these sort of numbers are pretty common when we're referring to iRacing nowadays, but compared to the pre-qual temperature, which was relatively cold compared to that, this is a massive adjustment for these guys, and that's really evident as we're seeing guys like Mitch, Sandman, Anthony Kernich, Craig Jones, Michael Ford, Will Dodd, those guys, the guys who've been sim racing for 3-4 years plus now, are the guys that are really shining tonight, so they've been able to adapt to these temperatures.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of setup work going on in the garages at the moment, trying to find that extra grip, because as we know, the warmer temperatures, you lose quite a fair bit of grip, so sure they're all coming to terms with it. They've been in the warm-up for quite a while before qualifying, and I'm sure they're all got to come to grips with it by now.
That's right, and we must also mention that the normal commentator for Split 2 who joins me most weeks, Sam Sutton, is off at work this week and cannot be involved in tonight's race, but we're really happy to have Brooksy here. I'm sure he'll do as good, if not a better job than Sam.
No mate, I'm a complete novice at this, but I hope to keep you up to date on all the information, because there will be pit stops in this race. Guys racing with 65% of the fuel tank, so there will be a pit stop in this race. So yeah, we hope to keep you up to date with all the strategy going on.
That's right, and being a 65% restriction and having to take fuel and tyres, it's definitely going to see some very fast times in this session, because in the actual race, and you think about it, if you only got a 65% restriction, you're running almost sort of your qual fuel range in the race. So these guys are going to have two very short stints and go very fast in these stints. So definitely going to see some fast times in the race, but of course on a track like this, with this temperature, the tyres will go away quickly, and Road Atlanta, obviously, lots of direction change, lots of undulation. It's definitely going to be hard on the front and rear tyres around this place, and certainly a track where there's not very much space for error, so certainly going to be careful that these guys don't stick it in the fence on old tyres.
Yeah, it can be quite tricky, cold tyres around this place. So you come out of the pits and you go straight into the S-bends, go down the hill and up the hill, and the left hand, you catch a little bit of that curb with cold tyres and you pretty much are in the fence. So strategy's going to play a big part, I think, Jake.
That's it, and I believe, I've actually just seen in the chat that I believe Oceanic Sim Racing has imposed a no escape rule for qualifying for the Split 2 guys this round, and I don't believe that's been in place at all for the rest of the season so far. So additional challenges for these guys tonight in qualifying, obviously not to mention, well, you obviously can't crash, but also that massively restricts the amount of laps you're going to do, puts these guys under massive pressure with 20 minutes to complete a flying lap.
Yeah, exactly, and I believe we've only got about 3 minutes 20 left in this session, so might quickly run through the top 10 with guys will probably only get about one more lap in. Mitch McLeod still holding on to pole position with 21.4, followed by Stephen Clark, Kernich in and Craig Jones in 4th, Michael Ford in 5th, Will Dodd in 6th, Andrew Gilliman in 7th, Mitchell Abrahall in 8th, Matt Jones 9th, and Peter Sadler is in 10th.
That's right, Brooksy, and I'm actually just looking at the pack sort of between 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th at the moment. That's Will Dodd in P6 of Fusion Sim Racing with a 122.27 through to P9 Matt Jones with a 122.339. So that's literally half a tenth of a second separating four cars at the moment. Obviously Mitch McLeod, this really demonstrates just how much pace he has to be able to have half a second over the field, when just a few places back there's guys battering over those hundreds.
Yeah, exactly. Even looking further down there, 13th through to 16th, I can't know, it's too little of a margin to even for me to work out at the moment, but you're talking about less than half a second for 4 or 5 cars there. It's I can't wait for this race. I think it's going to be awesome.
That's it, and we're taking a look at Mitchell McLeod at the moment, obviously our current provisional pole sitter. I don't think anyone's going to touch him, but This track, Brooksy, as you know, qual pace and race pace are two completely different things. Mitch could have just fluked that lap, as you've seen. His practice time was much slower, but he also could have been doing race runs. So we're not too sure about Mitch's race pace, but definitely a track like Road Atlanta with so much curbing and whatnot, especially down at turn 2 there. It's certainly going to be a struggle for these guys to actually be consistent. This track very difficult with the curves, as we've just seen someone go off behind Mitch doing something fairly major over the curbing, as we were talking about, ironically enough. So yeah, the curve's definitely a challenge for these guys tonight, and navigating them and still getting consistent lap times.
Yeah, definitely. Stephen Clark's actually just jumped up. Not good enough to hit Mitch, but he's got too close to 1/10 behind. He's done a 21.6, so getting quite close to Mitchell McLeod. I don't think he's got enough in this lap, just looking at the sector splits, to hit Mitchell, and he's not going to get another lap in with only 40 seconds remaining. So still a very good effort from Simon, or I think it was a late inclusion into this split today.
Certainly, Sandman, I believe, actually qualified for split 1, but has decided to come and race split 2 so that he can do his usual role of commentating split 1, which is, as much as we'd love to see Sandman racing split 1, we'd miss his voice too much in the split 1 comms, so definitely good to see Sandman racing split 2 tonight, and he's definitely closed that margin, only a tenth of a second, but as we say, we think Mitch definitely has the pole at this stage.
Definitely, we all love Sandman's excitement. I did have to replace some speakers on my computer after the Sebring round from Sandman, but it was a great round, and what better man to call it?
That's right, and we're taking a little look at the moment at Matt Jones, who is currently in P9, actually just been bumped down to P10. I think that was Gary Cooper who just went faster, but Matt Jones, who's definitely been up the front the last few rounds and can certainly challenge for race wins, but seems to be struggling a little bit here at Road Atlanta. Not quite the pace we expected from the previous rounds, but really good to see he's having a go.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I really enjoy about Split 2. There's a lot of guys coming up through the ranks in this field, and there's a lot of guys in this field that you're going to see in Split 1 towards the end of the year and definitely next year.
That's right, and you guys that we were speaking about last week for Pro Force Racing, Shay Thompson, having some ping issues at the moment. I've just seen 900 pings, so we're not too sure Shay will be able to make the grid. He hasn't put a full time in yet, and he's the only one who hasn't, so I presume that's regarding those ping issues, but hopefully you can get those sorted out for the race and go put on a show for Pro Force Racing. Obviously Sean Thompson, P13 at the moment, obviously the owner and operator of Pro Force Racing, so definitely see the PFR guys up there at the moment, as Matt Jones has just had a fairly major accident coming to the pits. I'm not sure if we caught that one, but
it's got to be one of the it's got to be one of the best pit entries that we go to each year, I think. You see a lot of accidents down this pit entry.
That's exactly right, as we are going to see the gridding start. Why don't we take a little bit of a run through the top 10, Brooksy, see who claimed these positions.
Yeah, mate, no one was able to get to Mitchell McLeod. He got first, Stephen Clark in second, Anthony Kernich third, Mitchell Abraham jumped up there at the end to get fourth, Will Dodd fifth, Craig Jones, as we mentioned, he fell back to sixth, seventh was Michael Ford, 8th, Gary Cooper, Andrew Gilliman in 9th, and Matt Jones in 10th.
Well, what a field, Brooksy. Seeing a few guys having the awful task at Road Atlanta of having to start up on that hill or around that last corner, but 30 laps here of this 4.09 kilometre racetrack, 12 turns, and we'll hear a little bit more later on with Reese's fact file, but what a track, Road Atlanta, hey, the undulations, it's just an awesome racetrack to drive around, and it's always been a classic one for the supercar since the very first FG01 we got in 2011, I believe, so class favourite, Road Atlanta, for the V8s.
Yeah, definitely, I really enjoy this track, the undulations, the last segment of the course, the chicane, the car getting loose under the bridge coming down to the final corner. It's a great track, as they've all pretty much gone the grid now. We're just about ready to go, Jake.
That's right, and we mustn't forget 65% fuel limited race this one, so these guys will be making a stop. The smart thing to do, I think, would be to split it 50-50. So these guys will do 15 laps and then another 15, but you might see some guys jump in early. I'm not exactly sure where the window starts. But here we go, Brooksy, about 10 seconds until we'll be seeing those lights come up. Everyone's taking their spot on the grid. Obviously our front row, Sandman and Mitch, believe the revs are starting to rise.
There's the revs rise now.
That's a great flag.
Sandman's got a real good jump.
Yeah, Mitch with a poor start here. Sandman could actually have the line into turn 1, but Mitch will not give it up easy. Sandman's going to have it.
Yeah, he's got a little loose on going up the hill. There was an accident back there at turn 1, but I'm watching the front at the moment, and Sandman's got the line through 2 and 3. And he's going to make it very hard for Mitch to get past, I believe.
Sandman not wanting to give this one up easy. It's been a while since he last raced, and he's going to want to take it to Mitch McLeod in this race. And Mitch now with a bit of a run. Sandman's going to cover the inside, but Mitch is going to play it smart. He knows that Mitchell Aberhall is there and will take advantage of this if these guys fluff around too much. So Mitch is probably just going to jump in this toe down this massive back straight that we have at Road Atlanta and see if he can outbrake Sandman to the chicane.
Yeah, they got a good jump over Aberhall and Kernich at the start, but Aberhall in that last half of the lap's really just pulling these guys back in. He's got a great toe behind the pair of them as Sandman's going to make McLeod go to the outside heading into the chicane. It's not necessarily a bad position, and McLeod's got it done before they even get to the chicanes. Good pass there by Mitch.
That's right, Mitch obviously went a little bit deep, but managed to do a very good job of pulling that up. And now Stephen Sandman Clark is going to be susceptible to copying a move from Mitchell Aberhall, but Sandman's got a very good run out of the last corner. So just having a little look through the field at who maybe wasn't so lucky on that start. And at the moment, Matt Jones has jumped up a couple places.
Yeah, Matt Jones up into 8th position. He's in front of Gary Cooper and Bruce Keeley.
Seen Wayne Taylor, has fallen 4 positions, so maybe involved in the first lap scruff, I believe we saw. And but it's good to see that pretty much all the guys have got through the first lap relatively unscathed. But as we said, Shay Thompson has already retired from this race. Obviously, the internet dramas were just too bad for him, and that's a real shame. But his Pro Force teammate Sean Thompson up in P11 has just been overtaken.
Yeah, I was just feeling that Adrian Gilliman just up the inside heading onto the back straight. Good move, but I believe Thompson's going to want to try and get his position back at the chicane.
And this is hectic here because Peter Sadler is now involved in this and could make it so wide. Probably not smart this early. He's just going to let these boys have at it. And Sean Thompson actually with an awesome braking performance has done that on the outside. What a move from Sean Thompson, but he's going to get crisscrossed.
Oh, this is great racing, yeah. That's Gilliman's crisscrossed him. He's got the run through the next couple of corners, so I suspect Gilliman's going to hold his position.
Down the hill these guys ran, but Sean Thompson's actually pulled it out of Andrew Gilliman. That's extremely rare to see too wide down the hill. They're awesome racing by these guys.
I don't think I've ever seen someone carry so much corner speed through the last corner as what Sean Thompson just did then to get the run onto the main straight.
Awesome moves on this sort of C-ring, obviously took the pole last round, so Sean, not a bad steer at all, lots of pace this racing Commodore. Taking a look back up the front now, Mitch McLeod on that first lap and second lap has extended to about a 7/10 of a second lead over Stephen Sandman Clark, and Sandman will want to be sort of holding that draft, try and stick with Mitch, not want to get too far away. And of course we've got a pit stop to make yet, so Sandman will be playing this one smart.
Sandman's doing a really good job. He's got a good second back there to Aberhall, so he's been unable to close the gap as Aberhall cuts the track. He'll be very careful not to get a slowdown penalty at that chicane, and he's certainly got his mirrors full of Anthony Kernich.
I think he may have got a Nope, not quite. He looked like he was short shifting a little bit down the hill, but maybe he was just trying to keep traction. That chicane is a real problematic one. The left-hand part of the chicane is what you've got to worry about. So if you take too much of that, you can easily get a 2-second slowdown, which at such a high-speed part of the track like here at Road Atlanta, exiting that chicane, you're going to lose so many positions, especially at this point in the race. So these guys will be taking it very conservative at the moment. But there is time to be made from cutting that corner, so definitely a bit of risk versus reward there. But Traver is seemingly a little bit out of rhythm at the moment. Seems to be struggling with the rear end of that Man Cave Motorsports Commodore.
Just looking a bit further down the pack, position 5 there, Will Dodd. He's got Craig Jones all over the back of him, and Michael Ford and Matt Jones. Not a bad little battle these four are having.
That's right, and Michael Ford and Matt Jones have been running up the front of the second split racing all season, so these guys are all too familiar racing one another, and got no doubt in my mind that Matt, knowing the moves he likes to make, he sticks the nose out. Not quite this time by. He plays a bit conservative, maybe just trying to get Michael Jones, Michael Ford's head there.
Yeah, it's a very common tactic in the V8 supercar and pretty much any racing, isn't it? Just stick the nose out, just see if you can unsettle the guy in front. It might make him just miss that braking marker by a little bit and miss the apex, and then you got a shot. So good tactics there from Jones. Of course, Ford was a wake up to it on that occasion.
That's it. Just to quickly discuss a little bit of Road Atlanta in terms of tyre degradation. This track, obviously, very little room to move and just grass and fence, so there isn't much room for error, especially when we're steps out down that S-bend section that we're seeing. And I found in pre-qual when I was doing laps that around lap 5 was the point the rear end starts to get a little sketchy.
Sorry to butt in there, Jake. We've got contact between, I think it was Craig Jones and Will Dodd. Yeah,
Wow,
definite contact.
Matt Jones has benefited from this heavily though. He seems to have managed to get down the inside of Craig Jones now. These guys are drag racing. Will Dodd's giving the draft to Craig Jones. This is going to be very hectic in the braking zone. These guys want to be careful. Craig Jones in deep.
I reckon Jones is going to get this. Which one? I'm not sure, but one of them will get this.
Pulls it up very nicely. Michael Ford with nowhere to go. Fordy's going to have the inside on Craig Jones. So this last corner, he's taken all the curve and some. And has just made it stick.
I think Fordy and they've contact. They were bumping doors down the straight, and
Craig Jones is slowing up to readdress that. So great sportsmanship from Craig Jones there. He knew he'd made the mistake, and that's exactly what we can see from these guys. No harm done. Obviously a couple of places lost, but great sportsmanship from Craig Jones there.
I do think Ford may have some damage. There was some big puffs of black smoke coming out of the back of that car.
Craig Jones just went for that little bit of trying the Ricardo move, go from one side and then slam it in on the other side, and looked like he had it pretty well stuck. But turn 1 here at Road Atlanta, there's pretty much one line you can take, and if you take it a bit too shallow, that's the sort of result you see. So these guys have got to be careful if they're pulling those ones, but yeah, great racing so far from these guys. And before all that action went down, we were talking about tyre degradation. Around lap 5 is where the rear tyres start to go off, and this track obviously so dependent on momentum and flow that close to the rear end, you're going to be in serious trouble for the next few corners, because obviously the direction change. If you go in too deep or lose the rear end going into one, you're completely stuffed for the next 1, maybe 2 corners. So Mitchell McLeod obviously trying to consolidate this lead, but he doesn't quite have massive pace over Sandman that we were expecting. So Sandman just doing consistent laps, and Mitch may be struggling with those rear tyres a little bit already.
Yeah, I'll just while you're talking there, Jake, had a quick look through the field. There's a couple of cars, they're all pretty close, but no one's really getting side-by-side action happening. I think you're right, they're all just playing a bit of a conservative game in this first half of the race, and see where they come out of the pit stops and go hell for leather then.
I have seen, however, Michael Ford just pop a little move in turn 7, nice little cheeky one in right hand 90-degree corner before this back straight on Bruce Keeley and made that one stick. Great move by 40 there.
Yeah, of course, 40's trying to recover a couple of positions from the incident he had with Craig Jones a couple of laps ago.
Speaking of Jones, Matt Jones now in P6 actually just been informed that we're having a couple little technical problems at the moment. So we'll endeavour to get that sorted pretty soon.
We're having a few dramas with the overlays, but we're gonna get that sorted out as soon as possible. It appears the camera is stuck on Matt Jones, so his sponsor's getting plenty of airtime.
Actually, just having a quick look now, see Sean Thompson, who I mentioned earlier, who started in P13, has seemingly retired. He's 3 laps down, so maybe a little accident there.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely not out on track, so unlucky for Sean.
Just watching his final moments, and he's just pulled into the pits and disappeared.
Well, that is unfortunate for him. You never know what's going on. Of course, anything could be happening in his world at the moment, so it's unlucky for him.
That's it, and just looking last lap, Sandman was pretty much equaling Mitchell McLeod, but seemingly Sandman made a fairly major mistake somewhere and was actually lost about a second. He seems to be really struggling with the rear end of that Trans-Tasman racing at the moment. Obviously trying to chase Mitch down, but Road Atlanta is such a painful track when it comes to tyres.
I believe the stream's all good again, so sorry for the little delay in the cameras, guys, but we're back good now.
Must also mention that our mate Fonty has stepped back in again this week, managed to get everything all sorted and enjoyed his trip away and whatnot, so massive thanks to Kane for stepping in the meantime.
We're streaming all the way from Spain. Fonty's the one that gets all the dollars there. JC's the one that can afford to go to Europe while we're still at home.
That's right, we really need to speak to him about that.
Share the wealth a bit.
We funded Jay's retirement and now we're paying Fonty, so...
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the action. Sam has fallen 4 seconds off Mitchell McLeod now and is almost on the cusp of falling into Mitchell Aberhall's grasp at the moment. 4/10 of a lap slower, 4/10 of a second slower that lap than Mitchell Aberhall. So Sandman seemingly struggling on these times.
Yeah, and Mitchell Aberhall, he's actually getting quicker the longer this race goes on. His lap times are coming down, so it'll be very interesting to see. That tells me that Aberhall hasn't done as much practice, maybe, and the more laps he's doing, the quicker he's getting. So definitely watch out for him in the second stint of this race.
Very much possible, and if I was Sandman right now, I would sort of be tossing up what I was doing. I think maybe Sandman drove that Commodore a little bit hard in the early laps to keep up with Mitch, and he's grinded those tyres away. So Sandman obviously has the option to jump in. I believe he should be able to jump in now and grab tyres. So he's just got to question whether or not he can conserve them for 20 laps. That's the question. So he'll probably just split it half and half. But
yeah, if 10 laps has caused his tyres to go, it would be a big risk. It would be a brave man to take on 20 laps with the one set of tyres. But I do believe you, like Jake mentioned, we are in the pit window now. So I think it was about 20 laps was the maximum you could get from a tank. So We'll keep you
That's about
posted
right.
on anyone that drives to the pit lane.
Pretty much all the guys at the moment are about line of stern. There's a couple of two-car battles here and there, but everyone seems to have separated. We've had a couple guys. I've seen Bruce Keeley, who we were talking about earlier, is actually in the pits. I'm not exactly sure what for. It's not just a service. He has actually retired to the pits, so not entirely sure what's happened there, but he is actually about to... Seems like he's revving the engine. Not too sure what's going on there, Brooksy, but big shame for Keeley. He was up there at one stage.
Yeah, he was well inside the top 10, wasn't he? So, it's another unfortunate turn of events for another guy in the race, but the show goes on, and it looks like this battle for 13th, 14th, got Wayne Taylor. He's holding off Daryl Gale and Brenton O'Brien at the moment. Daryl Gales, he's looked pretty pacey.
Yeah, Daryl Gale obviously looks like he has a lot more pace on the brakes than Wayne Taylor at the moment. He just can't keep corner speed. So, Wayne Taylor, huge moment down the hill. Obviously this final corner here at Road Atlanta, massive downhill run on the edge of the car, just absolutely no margin for error, and good work there by Wayne Taylor to keep that thing on the road. He looks like he's struggling with the rear end at the moment, so he'll keep holding off Daryl Gale though.
Both guys have had a pretty good race so far. Taylor up 3 positions, Gale up 4. Both cars are looking pretty neat and tidy, no incidents to speak of.
Speaking of movers and shakers, Matt Jones, who we spoke about earlier, is by no means the fastest man on this track, but his consistency at the moment is incredible, and that has led him from 10th on the grid to P5 at the moment. He's bringing in Anthony Kernich and P4 at a huge rate of knots, so Matt Jones definitely going to be a guy to look for late in this race, but approaching lap 13 now, so you think we'll see some guys in the pits soon, Brooksy?
I think so. There's guys that will definitely be thinking of the undercut, and as we say that, Peter Sattler, I think he may have an issue. He's been in pits for nearly a minute now, so Peter Sattler's definitely got an issue there, but yeah, definitely I think there will be people real conscious of trying to get an undercut on some of the guys just up in front.
A bit unusual there for Peter Sattler, but if I was Matt Jones at the moment, his speed at the moment is pretty much as fast as he would want to be. That last lap he had a bit of a slow one, but his tyres don't seem to be wearing away as much as the other guys. So if I was Matt Jones, I'd push this car out as far as I can, maybe even empty the tank, and then just sprint the last 10 laps home on, well, relatively light fuel and brand new tyres.
Yeah, definitely. Graham Filan, Bones, just come in and completed a pit stop, 10.4 seconds, so pretty quick pit stop there for Bones, and he is straight back out. So as we'll mention in pit stops, he's come in and try and get the fresh rubber.
So that's seemingly quite a short pit stop. I guess the guys have only got to take 30 litres, but I would presume they will retain tyres on that. I'm pretty sure you only need 22 litres intake to be able to take fuel, take tyres, sorry. So definitely a good move there by Bones, sitting in equivalent P16 at the moment, so good work.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on where he pops out once the other pit stops are all done, of course. Speaking on Matt Jones, 2 laps ago, he 22.8. It's pretty much only a tenth off his fastest lap of the race. So, like you said, Jake, he's got plenty of life in those tyres still.
Yeah, that consistency I mentioned has actually fallen off. Well, might I just say the last 2 laps have been within 4 100ths of a second, but after that he's sort of had some, and he's actually just gone off the road. Big moment to the turn 6 complex there for Matt Jones, so that's a shame, but yeah, just mentioning how good Matt Jones' consistency is, that's certainly what's helping him bring in Anthony Kernich at the moment.
Yeah, of course he was in a pretty close battle with Will Dodd before, but he's managed to pull away from Will Dodd.
Tell you someone who hasn't lost. Let's just actually read out Mitchell McLeod, our race leader's last 6 laps. Lap 9 was a 22.01. Lap 10 was a 22.01. Lap 11 was a 22.23. 12 was a 22.22. 13 was a 22.24. And 14 was a 22.29.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, isn't it?
So if there is anyone with consistency in this field at the moment, that is Mitch McLeod, and that is why he is our race leader.
Not just the race leader, he's got nearly a 9-second lead over Sandman now, so he's really just kept that consistency right from the start, hasn't he? It's just been low 22s the entire race, except for his fastest lap, which was a 21.8, so that is pure consistency from Mitch, and that's why we've seen him win official championships in the past, and why he's generally good enough for around top 10s in Split 1.
That's right, of course Mitch though has been racing Split 2 this season. I think he maybe just doesn't quite have the time to put the recall effort in, and just enjoys his Split 2 race on a Sunday and gets to finish up and watch the Split 1 race.
Sorry just to butt in, but I believe Koenig has gone to the pits. He's gone a 10.2 second pit stop as well, so now Michael Ford's in.
That's it, and let's look traffic-wise where that's put Anthony Koenig. It doesn't look to have much traffic. He had to get around Chris D'Angelo, but Koenig is doing just fine at the moment. That's got clear track ahead. See where Michael Ford pops out. He's off the jacks now. Ford's going to pull that pit limiter off, drive this car out of quite a difficult pit lane here at Road Atlanta. Entry and exit is rather tricky, and he's going to have Brody Maris all over the back of the way out of the pits, but that's pretty much worked out perfectly for Michael Ford. Got clear track ahead, and he just keeps out the slower cars.
And just up in front of Michael Ford, we've got Michael Harris. I was going to mention him earlier. He's up 13 positions. He was up 13 positions before the pit stops. So he's doing mightily well. Started 26, currently running in 13th.
Well, that's obviously a qualifying issue, as his qual time was a 124.3, yet almost, well, a majority of his laps, including his fastest lap, have been 8 and 9/10 faster. So obviously that's the value of qualifying at a track like Road Atlanta. Not the easiest track to pass. It's a bit of a dive bomb track, but you can get it done, and Michael Harris proving how to get it done on 13 cars so far. So great work there.
Second place, Stephen Sandman Clark is onto pit lane, and he's having a very long pit stop. Everyone else has been around in 10-11 seconds. Sandman's done a 17-second pit stop, so I suspect he will lose out to Koenig, which he has just there. And right. he may lose out to Abrahall as well once Abrahall completes his stop.
Bit of an unusual circumstance there for Sandman. I can understand a couple of litres, but 7 seconds, that's fairly major.
Abrahall has completed his pit stop and he has lost out, so effectively Abrahall is in second position on corrected order.
That's right, and Mitchell McLeod, our race leader, not that it really matters when he pits really, he's got such a lead at the moment, but has decided to keep going, and it looks like he's going to completely leak out that tank and just go hard or go home in the last 10 laps. That's what we want to see. Another guy I'm just looking at the moment, Gary Cooper, has jumped into the lane, so he'll be making his stop.
Yeah, and Matt Jones as well from position 3, so that only leaves McLeod and Will Dodd first and second. They're the two leaders yet to complete the stops. Matt Jones, a very quick stop, 9.4.
Not going to
keep
quite
an
be
eye.
able to get Sandman though. Sandman obviously has a lot of pace over Anthony Kernich on these new tyres. We saw how fast Stephen Sandman Clark was at the beginning of this race with the new tyres. He was as fast as Mitch, so thinking Sandman as he...
Oh, takes a real wide line into the S there, didn't he? He was lucky to pull it up. Big understeer moment there for Sandman, but yeah, like you said, younger tyres than Kernich. Kernich was the first one to blink out of these top 5 guys, so be interesting to see if Sandman can get it done early on here.
So far this race, Sandman's advantage has been this corner onto this back straight. We've just seen it, Sandman getting so much more pace over Anthony Kernich now. He'll definitely be having a look down at this chicane if he can get the overlap. Ever closing on Anthony Kernich now. Kernich is going to take the right hand side of the track, so it's all over to Sandman. These guys neck and neck.
I think Kernich sort of threw the white flag up. He knew that Sandman's on that fresh rubber. And our leader, Jake Mitch McLeod, has pitted, and now Will Dodd has just entered the pits from second position, so Mitch McLeod comfortably out in front of anyone else.
That's right, and Kernich probably thinking he probably knows that Sandman had some pretty poor tyre deg earlier in this race, and he's probably just going to sit there, see if he can hold on to this draft and see if Sandman's tyres will go away, because Sandman will be pushing very hard because he knows that if it wasn't for that pit stop he'd be in front of that pit, so he'll be pushing very hard to try and catch him. So we'll see this time by the time's refreshed, so we can actually see what gap Mitch McLeod now has. Given that Sandman had that little drama, it'll probably be well over the 15-second mark now.
On my timing, it says he's a 10-second gap to Mitchell Aberhall.
Okay, that's very interesting. You said, what kind of pit stop time do we know Mitch had?
He had nearly a 12-second. McLeod actually tiny little bit quicker than Aberhall in the pit stop, actual stationary time, but Aberhall actually caught up with, must have been in lap and out lap, has actually caught Mitchell McLeod a little bit, but I think McLeod's definitely got this in hand. He's just controlling that gap now back to second place.
Yeah, dead on, Brooksy. Mitchell Aberhall is now refreshed and is 10.4 seconds from the lead. Could possibly be this pit lane entry. Very downhill steep run, and the control line is actually quite late in the pit, so if you're committed you can do one or two things: make a hell of a lot of time or make a hell of a lot of noise when you hit that fence. So.
Yeah, definitely, and of course Aberhall was in a good battle with Sandman and Kernich for that second position through the pit stop phase, so he would have been extremely committed on pit entry and exit, whereas McLeod probably did take it a little bit easy knowing that he had such a big gap.
That's exactly right. And we're going to have a little bit of a run with Mitchell McLeod this next lap. Do you want me to take it, Brooksy?
Yeah, you can take it, mate. You got a lot of experience.
Oh, mate. Recent experience. You've got the long-term experience. We know that. Mitchell McLeod now is going to come onto the main straight here at Road of Atlanta. This fast first corner, about 160 kilometres an hour, he's going to drop 2 gears. And this is the corner we all struggle with. Uphill, absolutely blind, get the left-hand tyres on the curbing there, smack the right and try and drive it down this awesome, picturesque but very scary S-bend section. It's easy on the throttle, nice and chill. Grab that curve on the left and maybe smack it a bit on the right. Widen your trajectory as you come on exit. Try not to take too much curve on this exit run up to this square section, as we call it, 6 and 7. Hard on the brakes, Mitchell now. Gonna press this right-hander and come into one of the most important corners of the track. Drop down to second gear. Have a little bit of curve and get the power down hard. This massively long straight here at Road of Atlanta, one of the longest straights that we have. Going to pull 5th gear, will eventually pull 6th, and you're going to crest this little hill, head downhill into one of the heaviest braking zones we have, into this 3rd gear chicane. 2nd gear maybe on older tyres, he's going to jump on the brakes, pitch it in, try and take a little bit of curve on the left and then take it really easy on the right. There's a bump there and you don't want to hit it. And now we're going to come through into one of the most difficult corners at Road Atlanta. This massive downhill finale. Pulls 5th gear and he's going to cross the line. A very hectic lap here at Road Atlanta. Not quite as specific for the gears as Sam, but what a racetrack.
That's awesome, mate. Is that what runs through your mind every time you're doing a lap here?
Yeah, Brooksy, I'm just here for the scenery, man.
Yeah, no, mate, you've done an awesome job call on that.
Yeah, Road Atlanta, as we said earlier, absolute classic when it comes to V8 supercar racing. Many years ago, it was on the calendar. Pretty sure every V8 SCOPS season that we've had so far. So Road Atlanta, absolute classic, awesome track.
Guys, there's not a bad battle going on down here for the sheep stations. Jason Bell holding off Harris and Delangelo for 16th, 17th and 18th. They were 3 wide just before on the back straight.
This is the kind of racing I really like to see, Brooksy. Guys who haven't been in it long and are just trying to learn the craft and just going hard on it like this positions like 16th, 17th and 18th. This is where these guys learn and they're having a lot of fun while they're at it.
Exactly. Just doing laps on your own, you can try and get those hot laps out that way, but actual racecraft, learning how to control these cars in tight situations, this is where you learn it in a hot battle like these guys are doing right now. And I do have to say, James Bell, that car has to be the angriest looking car I think I've ever seen on track, with the big jaws painted across the front of it there. The KRF racing team, I think, is this?
Yep, that's right. Of course, James Bell eating nothing but air at the moment. There's Michael Harris is the car very close behind. We mentioned Michael earlier, up from 26th on the grid. Must also mention though, the guy behind him, Chris D'Angelo, up from 23rd as well, and the guy in front, James Bell, up from 20th. So these guys having really advantageous races, but Chris is going to have a little look on Michael Harris here. Not quite going to be enough to get it done, but Michael Harris I think is easily the fastest car in his bunch at the moment. Going to want to get round James Bell as soon as he can, because the draft can play havoc with the front end of these cars around this place, and not to mention the fact, especially coming up here to turn 2, obviously the track's blind enough as it is, and just being up behind someone, Michael Harris isn't too far behind James Bell at the moment, but if you are close behind someone, that's even less reference points, so it is so hard to find the apex of this right-hander.
Yeah, it's a little bit of follow the leader through there, isn't it, when you're tucked under someone's rear wing?
That's right, Michael Harris just looks like he's keeping his Commodore so much tighter than James Bell at the moment. James Bell using all the road. Well, always good to see a Falcon in front of a Commodore.
I've got to agree with you there, mate.
Are you a Ford fan?
I'm a Ford, mate. Yes, I've loved me Fords.
Oh, well, this is excellent then. I think you'll have to replace something.
Yeah, proud owner of XR6 Turbo Ute, and looking at buying a new Ford Ranger at the moment, so like me Fords, always have.
That's awesome, Brooksy. Proud owner of a Ford Focus myself, so share all your love for Fords in the comments, YouTube, and I'm sure all the Commodore boys will be hating, but that's alright.
Yeah. There's our director. He's travelling Europe in a Ford Transit, so it's an all Ford commentary box for split 2.
Absolutely right. Some would say the Transit van actually handles better than the Commodore, but
more power, yeah?
Yeah, probably. Although we've actually been off track for about 2 laps now. We've got 6 laps left to go in this race. Michael Harris still all over the back of James Bell. I'm not too sure what we're watching at the moment, but Michael Harris is definitely getting a run here. He's going to go to the inside into the square, and he's going to
yes! He's got the nose in there, he's got it up, and now he's got the 3rd line onto the back straight. He's just got an inch. It's just inch Bell wide.
A little bit.
Ooh, and Bell coming back across, nearly takes the Angelo out.
These guys playing bumper cars here at the moment. Chris D'Angelo, oh, James Bell to the outside, a lot more space in that Falcon.
He's going to get this done. Yeah, he's going to carry a bit more speed because you can do that on the outside there, and he's got the inside line, but he's covered the crisscross nicely too, Bell, so good racing.
We call that parking the bus. What a good move there by James Bell. Obviously, maybe Michael Harris a little bit of damage because that straight line speed seemed a lot more than just draft. Michael Harris may be struggling with a bit of aero damage there. Actually, just taking a look at something else now, Brooksy. As we mentioned, Stephen Sandman Clark now within sights of catching Mitchell Averhall. Only a second between them now and 4 laps to go, sorry. So these guys, although Mitch has absolutely walked away in P1, Mitchell Averhall now within 6/10 of Stephen Sandman Clark.
Yeah, he's done well. McLeod is now out to 16-second lead over Averhall, but like you said, the battle for the second podium position, it is on. 5 laps to go, and Sandman can smell the exhaust out of Averhall's car.
And not quite Mitch McLeod consistency, but Sandman going into the pit lane. 22.7, 22.3, 22.2, 22.4, 22.5, 22.5, 22.4, 22.4. The last 2 laps, as a matter of fact, were only separated by 1/1000. So Sandman very consistent at the moment, and that's why he's catching Averhall.
Yeah, he is. Averhall's got the mid-22s in him, but every now and then he's dropping to a 23. He's actually, a couple laps ago, it was nearly a 24, so that's definitely helping Sandman catch up, and Sandman will be kicking himself over the longer pit stop that he had.
That's exactly right. Obviously, Sandman not really a contender to have won the race even with that, but definitely would have been in front of Mitchell Averhall. So, Sandman, obviously, I don't think this lap's been quite as good unless it's been an absolute flyer from Averhall. Yeah, Sandman only pulling a 23 flat that time by. Maybe went a little bit too hard on those double ops.
Well, as Averhall runs wide up through turn 1. I've noticed a lot of cars out there are getting a lot of push through the corners, especially leading onto the back straight, I've noticed tonight, Jake.
That's exactly right. These guys, you know, as we said, no margin for error here at Road Atlanta. You've got to use all the track just by the nature of the wide radius of these corners. So these guys can't afford to drop a wheel. They'll be straight in the fence. So these guys have done a great job to hold it down for 27 laps. It's just the question, can they do 3 more?
We just saw Averhall take a lot of the curb leading out of the S's. It's a pretty savage sort of curve, as you know, Jake, and he nearly lost control of it on the exit of the corner, which is... let Sandman just peg back a little bit of more of that gap.
That's exactly right. And when we say savage kind of curve, Road Atlanta, the curves aren't as high and aggressive such as the ones we see at Montreal and that sort of thing, but the curves have a lot of bump in them, especially this section here in the S's. This right-hand part, if you ride that all the way across, there's a savage bump which just completely unsettles the car. So you can use the curbs here, they're actually fairly good, but you just got to get them right or you're in serious trouble. As Sandman actually goes wide off the last corner.
As Sandman had a fantastic last sector there, he actually brought in 4 tenths in that last sector alone then on Averhall, so very strong in the last sector, Sandman.
Front end of that Trans-Tasman Racing corridor I can just see going away. You can see past the apex of the corner, he's actually struggling to get the car turned, whether that be a little bit of draft or just the fact that the front end he's worn them out trying to chase him down because Sandman's hungry.
I'm telling you, he is catching. That's another 2 tenths in that first sector taken out of Averhall, but you are right, you're definitely getting a bit of aero push off Averhall's car now.
And we said earlier, Sandman, this part here is his strong part of the track. If he can get a good run here, which he looks like he's actually set up beautifully to do so, narrowed it up, squared it up. Nice
run onto the back straight, wasn't it?
This is classic Sandman here. We're on board with Stephen Sandman Clark as he's going to pull out. Eventually we'll make the most of the draft.
The last minute.
He's still going to have a little look though.
Yeah. It's like I said, you can carry a lot of speed around the outside heading into that chicane. Abraham Hall was awake up to that.
We all have to admit up that we've all pulled that one before. Sort of sit in the middle of the road and start turning the way that you think he's going to go. And Sandman had to jump on the brakes there. Great work avoiding that one though. I've got no doubt that Sandman will try and have another go. 2 laps to go now. Must remind ourselves that Mitchell McLeod is leading this race by 19 seconds at the moment.
2 laps to go now. I don't know if Abrah's got it pretty well covered at the end of the back straight. I really think Sandman should really try and get close enough through those S's and come up with this corner here. There, you should really take a look for a dive down the inside here. Not this lap, maybe on the last lap.
That's right, we could always see a last corner dash to the line. We'd like to see that, but Sandman's going to go the same way. Absolutely squares off the last corner. It's a little bit of wheel spin though. Not quite as nice as last time, but he's still going to have a bit of a run. Definitely bringing some time with draft, but this could actually favour him, but doesn't quite look like he's quite had the drive still.
Abraham very good on brakes down into the chicane. Oh, Abraham takes a lot of that left-hander. He's cutting a fine edge to getting a slowdown.
They both did, Brooksy. Sandman taking a fair bit too. These guys are using every last bit of tyre and fuel in the tank to get this done. Abraham with, I believe, just about 0.5 of a second at the moment, so he's got just enough of a margin, but Sandman's certainly the strongest point, as we now are on the last lap.
Bit of a hard one. I don't want to take my eyes off this battle for a second, but of course we've got to pay special attention as Mitch McLeod rounds the corner and heads onto the back straight for the last one tonight. Nearly a 20-second lead over second place. It's an absolutely outstanding race from McLeod tonight.
Consistency has prevailed and Mitch's experience has certainly prevailed. So awesome work by Mitch. He is going to, unless something happens in this last couple corners, he's going to easily claim victory.
He's still consistent too. Last 2 laps, 22.4. Fastest car out on track easily, and most consistent guy out on track as well.
And Mitchell McLeod has a big accident crossing the line, but he did cross the line. So Mitch McLeod for talking is going to take the win. But it's not over for Stephen Sandman Clark quite yet. He's got a slowdown in the final chicane.
Yeah, and while we've been looking at that battle, Matt Jones actually got in front of Anthony Koenig on those fresher tyres as well. So Matt Jones is going to be in 4th position, which is an outstanding race from him. Up 6 positions.
Craig Jones in the final chicane has had an accident. He's actually just come into the final chicane, tried to have a dive on, I believe that's Michael Ford, and he's been collected by Andrew Gillum. We'll get a replay on that one.
Yeah, that's all about how you're going, isn't it? On the last chicane of the last lap. Craig Jones will not be happy. It's Andrew Gilliman that's turned him around. Of course.
He's put the standard 3 dots in the text chat, so he's not happy about that one. Is Craig Jones, but rest of the field crossing the line.
Of course,
no Gilliman
did stop just before the line and let Craig Jones take 8th position. The good sportsmanship there from Gilliman. He knew he was in the wrong.
That's just 3 into 1 won't go really. Last lap dive bombs, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty of that in the main game race. But what a race, Brooksy. Why don't you run us through our top 10?
Yeah, definitely, mate. Top 10, Mitch McLeod absolutely dominated this race from start to finish. Nearly a 20-second lead over Mitch Abraham, who was in 2nd. Stephen Clark just missed out on 2nd and got 3rd. Matt Jones 4th. Anthony Koenig 5th. Will Dodd in 6th. Michael Ford 7th. Craig Jones ended up not losing a place through all that incident and got 8th. Andrew Gilliman 9th and Gary Cooper 10th.
That is your top 10, guys, and we're actually just hearing that Mitchell McLeod actually had his computer freeze in the last corner causing that accident. Whether or not that be a little bit of a fast one to sort of get everyone talking, not sure, but if that happened on the last corner, Mitchell McLeod is a very lucky man. Having led that whole race, it would have been devastating had it happened any earlier.
He should go buy a lottery ticket.
Just going to have a little run through the next 10. Brenton O'Brien for ERA, great drive to finish 11th, he'll be very happy with that one. Wayne Taylor in 12th. Graham Bones Filan brings home 13th, 5 places up from where he started. Great work by him too. Darryl Gale's going to take 14th. Daniel Trim will take 15th. Chris D'Angelo 16th. Michael V. Harris, driver of the race in my opinion, 26th to 17th. So great drive by him. And James Bell will be 18th. Brodie Maris 19th. And Joshua Beecroft in 20th.
And then the final few positions went to Lucas Beer in 21st, 22nd to Mark V, Jonathan Bean in 23rd, 24th went to Jamie Kingston. Bruce Keeley, after running in the top 10 early, ended up 25th, and Peter Sattler in 26th. Sean Thompson never finished, and neither did Shay Thompson. He never got to take the grid because of his internet issues, so yeah, that's the field for you tonight, guys, in round 5 of Split 2.
That's exactly right, Brooksy. What a race we've had. It's been a pleasure to call with you, and we'll have you back anytime, mate. Massive thanks to Lenovo for sponsoring the whole V8SCOPS, but especially this Split 2. These guys get to come out and have fun each week. So massive thanks to all you guys for watching, and I think it's Split 1 time.
Yeah, bring it on. I would get my engineer's hat on for fuel cell.
Yeah, good luck, guys, and I guess we'll see you into this race, Jake in particular. So, hey guys, that's Split 2. Thank you once again to Brooksy and Jake. Next to the town of Braselton, Georgia, one of the United States' best racetracks, remains a hive of activity after nearly half a century of operation. The rolling, bucking, diving, fast and flowing Road Atlanta. Another racetrack from the glory days that has pushed through into the modern age, Road Atlanta has only had its layout changed once and has given itself enduring vitality through safety improvements. It lives on openly challenging the driver, with blind corner entries, high speeds, and sweeping elevation changes. Though short for a facility of its stature, Road Atlanta is a whole new adventure every lap. Road Atlanta began life by being thrust into the spotlight. The land the track lies on was originally farmland, purchased by David Sloyer, local figure Arthur Montgomery, and engineer Earl Walker, with the intention of building a world-class road racing facility. Their big break came almost instantly when the Can-Am series needed a replacement venue after the Bridgehampton circuit suffered flood damage. The landowners rushed to meet the deadline, excavating, building, and sealing the entire circuit in just 6 months. The track was completed just in time to hold the Can-Am event in September 1970 and was an instant hit. Over the next few years, the circuit played host to many of America's top series. Yes, even NASCAR. The Grand American Series stopped there in 1973, and in 1986 it was also the host of the first ever road course event in what is now the Xfinity Series. The track was eventually sold in 1978, and from then on passed from owner to owner, a story shared by many a racetrack over the years. Road Atlanta eventually fell into bankruptcy in 1993 and was then purchased by another group that widened the track and made improvements to the facilities. But the true modern age of Road Atlanta came in 1996, when Don Panos purchased the track to make it the base of his motorsports empire, which includes Sebring. Panos' company further improved the circuit's facilities and safety by installing the current chicane on the back stretch and a new pit complex on the other side of the start-finish straight. The large crest on the back stretch was also removed. This brought the track up to the FIA's international standards and allowed it to host ever bigger events. The first of these is now Road Atlanta's signature event, the Petit Le Mans. First held in 1998, the 10-hour endurance race for sports cars has become a fixture on the American and world motorsports calendar. Finally, in 2012, the track came under the control of NASCAR as part of its acquisition of the Panos Group. The track remains a popular venue among drivers and spectators, and the Petit Le Mans is a marquee round of the United Sports Car Championship. Road Atlanta is well vested in racing of all types, and V8 supercars on iRacing are no exception. A 250-kilometre single race is what the drivers must endure tonight, but at this track they will surely have fun while they're at it. The Atlanta 250, Round 5 of the 2016 LENOVO V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. On the St. Lawrence River, in the heart of Montreal, the cultural capital of Canada, there lies a man-made island, and on that island lies a twisting, flowing piece of tarmac known to motorsport fans the world over. This is the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Simply called Montreal most of the time, it is similar on paper to Australia's very own Albert Park circuit. It is located in public parkland and is public road for most of the year. It's technically a street circuit, but it doesn't really drive like one. Montreal is a mix of elements that are seemingly at odds with each other. It is short, fast, and twisty. The majority of turns on the track are chicanes, but here that is by no means a bad thing. It's got flow and character, and getting your lines right and being able to use the track's big curves effectively is key to a good lap time. In order to find the genesis of this venue, we need to go back to the mid-1960s. The island the track is on, Ile Notre Dame, was built from 15 million tons of rock to house pavilions for Expo 67, a monumental World's Fair and exhibition celebrating Canada's centenary. After Expo 67 ended and many pavilions fell in.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sells second. Hampstead third. Your podium. And Sean Kelly not far off at N4. For what a result. What a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
250-kilometer race format, which we did for the first 2 rounds of the season. We did a brief sojourn into 2 race events briefly with Sonoma and Sebring, but we are back to the single long race for Road Atlanta, and with a 65% fuel tank restriction that the guys are going to have to deal with, they're going to have to pit, I think, twice in this 250-kilometer event.
That's right. Nuffy, myself, showed
Next to the town of Braselton, Georgia, one of the United States' best racetracks, remains
make these boys earn their keep, and yeah, we'll certainly see who's hit on it and who hasn't. And it's interesting to see what changes they make as far as when the weather plays a part, because you know, you got to get that car stability underneath you, and because around here obviously there's no shortage of undulations, and you know, you've really got to work the car through the S's, so setup is crucial.
It definitely is. Road Atlanta is one of those tracks that manages to blend pure driving excellence with technicality. Um, with its elevation changes and its long flowing, mostly constant radius corners. It's going to be interesting, particularly on lap one. I'm sure you can speak from experience, having just done split two. Lap one here is a bit hectic.
Yeah, it caught me by surprise. I really wasn't ready for as far as the way the car felt on that first lap with cold tyres, and it's got a lot to do with inexperience. But it didn't take long for Mitch to gobble me up. It was just down that back straight. But yeah, just got to make sure you've got a bit of an understanding of how your tyres are going to feel on that lap. And once you get sort of a lap and a half under your belt, you can really start to punch into a rhythm.
Yes, the track is a lot wider than it once was, but it's still got some fairly narrow sections, at least in terms of the driving line, particularly down through the S's, down the bottom of the hill. It's pretty much a single line through there. You can go side by side, but you've got to be prepared to give and take a little. And I'm watching Forzan El Nabi just coming out of the last turn now. That last turn is just about the most challenging part of the track, as is turn one. These are very, very fast, fourth up to fifth gear corners. And yeah, there's not much margin for error through there, is there?
Oh, you're not wrong. And that last corner, I tell you, coming onto that front straight, it suckers you in. You just think, yep, I can nail the throttle now. And as soon as you punch the throttle earlier than what you really need to, the car just pushes out. And of course, to get too close to that grass and off the ripple strip, then your night can turn to custard real quick. But
Yeah.
very deceiving, but a great racetrack and a great corner when you get that part right.
Yes, of course, and I can't wait to see 40 thundering V8 supercars make their way around this place. We're coming to the end of the practice session now. We are just ticking over to 30 seconds remaining, and then we're going to jump into qualifying, and we'll see how far the guys can push.
Just checking out the lap times. Ian Ford's gone to the top of the timesheets in this somewhat practice session. 5.76 over Rogers 19.591. So absolutely nothing in it between the top two.
Yeah, it's going to be a very competitive session, I think. Road Atlanta is a very short circuit, deceptively short. It seems like when you're driving around it, it feels a lot longer than it actually is. When in a V8 supercar, it's only about a minute and 20 seconds long. What's the track length? 4.09 kilometers. That's a fair sight shorter than most big race tracks that have the level of stature and prestige that Road Atlanta has. As we start the qualifying session, the lap goes in the blink of an eye, pretty much, when you're outside the car anyway.
That's exactly right.
So we've got guys piling out of pit lane now. That dotted blend line entering the racetrack. That turn up at the top of the hill that gets you into the S is so hard to line up the car for that. You pretty much got to try and aim for the tree in order to get your line through there right. But no two laps are ever the same.
Yeah, it's exactly right. But I guess that's one of the things that makes it a little bit unique and somewhat special when you're going for these blind apexes in some of the places. But I tell you what, when you hit it and put a lap together, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, it does. I was just thinking it would definitely have been interesting to have a drive around this track when it was new in the 1970s, have that brand new surface, very hot Georgia days, and an incredibly greasy track. And on the back stretch, there's that little bit of a rise that they go over on the middle of the back stretch before they start turning right. That rise used to be much, much, much more extreme than it was, and cars would sometimes get airborne. And as they're coming down the chicane to start their laps, that chicane didn't used to be there. It used to be a long sweeping blast up to this bridge turn, which was a bit tighter. So it was definitely much more dangerous, but I definitely think that the safety improvements, I don't think the character of the track has suffered at all.
Exactly right, and of course we do have to think about safety. So they, from what options they've had to do to this racetrack to make it safe, I think they hit the nail on the head with the property that they've got and the decisions they made as far as the chicane and all the rest of it. They've done a great job.
Yeah, they definitely have. We've got guys on their hot laps now. I'm focusing on Lee Ellis at the moment as he comes into that uphill left-hander up over the curb. That's one of my favourite parts of the track. Just a little bit of a rise and into the sweeping right-hander. It's a bit more banked and uphill than you initially realised. You're straight into the braking zone for that tight second gear right-hander, and you have to absolutely nail the exit. You've got a long straight coming up.
It's good, that little bit of banking too, because when you've got that banking in the car, it really helps settle the car into that turn as we're right on board with Lee Ellis. So, and the good thing that Lee's got going here, he's got a bit of free track in front of him too. So it's crucial just to punch out a number and get a lap time down. He's got no run in front of him, but once he gets and lays down a number, then he can think about maybe utilising the draft of the other competitors.
Yes, as Sean Kelly goes to the top on a 1:19.7. Lee Ellis is about to cross the line. Let's see where he can go. Lee Ellis is going to go P3 on a 1:20.5. Jared Filsell second on a 19.8. So we've got times punching in right now. Kelly to P1. That's a bit of a statement to make, but of course that is only a banker lap, and I'm sure we'll see times fall in the next 16 minutes.
Well, the beauty of that, it's an absolute banker. It's a good banker to have.
It definitely is. We're getting news from our director, current P40, if we're focusing on him on screen now, Lando Norris. He is world karting champion, so we've got a big name in the server tonight. Welcome, Lando, and we hope you have fun.
Yeah, that's good stuff. It'd be good to see him, see how he goes. It's a little bit different to karting, but yeah, it's good to have him on board.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, Fonty's currently relating because our broadcast director is currently in Europe at the moment, in Spain, and you know, having a bit of a Euro adventure, but he's still finding time every Sunday to come and broadcast this series for us, and he's relating to us some stories of Lando Norris cleaning up the competition down in Spain. So it'll be interesting to see how Norris does in that respect. Currently last on the timesheets, but I'm sure he will improve. Going to ride along now with Jared Filsell. Jared currently in P2. Over that rise in the back straight. Sorry, Sam, man.
No, that's all right. I was just thinking to myself, these boys will probably think about darting back into pit lane to put on a fresh set of boots, because the first lap for Filsell with a 19.8, his next lap was a 20.3, so there is a little bit of drop off, but of course you don't know what happened on that lap. I don't imagine he'd stay out for too much longer.
Yeah, and we see he's going into the pits now. Jared just, oh man, it is very stressful watching cars go into the pit lane as he locks up and almost collects the wall. Goodness me. Road Atlanta is a very, very tyre-hungry track with all of those sweeping turns and heavy braking zones. So we're seeing guys doing, you know, probably at most 2 laps, mostly 1, I would say.
Yeah, you can, depending on how you pressure, how you start your pressures, you can go for that second lap, but I think most of these guys will be quite aggressive and just want to punch out that first lap, and then of course with the no escape rule you dart back into pit lane and put on a fresh set of boots, which is good. So one thing I've noticed just having a quick run down through the times, Madison Down back in 31st position had a shocker of his banker lap, was a 24.2, so obviously he's got plenty more left in reserve, but probably not the way you want to start off your qualifying campaign, but the best bit is still got plenty of time to go.
Yes, of course, and one thing that one guy that's definitely nailed his banker lap is Josh Rogers. He's gone to P1 on a 19.4, Ian Ford close behind, but we're riding on board now with P6, Ethan Grigg Gold, driver for SDC Motorsports. As we've said in the past, he's had much success in the official iRacing V8 Supercar series that is broadcast by Race Spot every Monday. Make sure to check them out. Then is going through the back section of the track now. See what he can do. See if he can improve. Oh no, he's pulled aside. That's lap over for him. Just letting by other guys. I'm not sure if he's on a hot lap at the moment.
Yeah, his last lap was his fastest, so he'll either think about pitting now or get on with it. I think he just decided to get out of the way. It looks like he's fighting a little bit of understeer. He had Lee Ellis behind him. Just trying to see what he actually... Yeah, last time was his fastest, so be interesting to see what he does from here.
Yeah. We're going to have to wait a little bit though, because Ethan Grigault is pulling into the pits now, as we're focusing now on Jake Burton, who's about to start a lap. Jake Burton, of course, was one of the guys in the commentary box for Split 2. He's going to get out there and see what he can do as he comes into turn 1. Bit of an early turn in. Oh dear. Oh no, that was a bit of oversteer on the exit. But you can recover that. There are multiple lines through turn 1 at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, he was fighting the throttle coming onto the start-finish straight too. I noticed, I just jumped on board and I could hear him just feeling the throttle, so probably not the happiest he is at the moment, but depending on how this lap goes for him, he may be even able to pick up a bit of a tow. There's a fair bit of traffic up here that could be a bit tricky.
Oh, goodness me. Nah, that's... Oh, man. That was Aaron Hamilton there, getting in the way. But he apologises almost instantly on the radio chat. We're good on him for that, but unfortunately that has completely ruined Jake Burton's lap there, and he's going to have to pull into the pits and try again.
Yeah, well, the only positive you could probably take from that is he's not too far from pit entry, so he can just dart straight in.
Yeah, that is very true. Madison Down, meanwhile, has gone up to P4. We can just see 119.7, so he's got the mojo back. Currently 3/10, just over 3/10 behind Rogers in the lead. Times are getting very close up the front as Phil Cell goes to 4th now as well.
Down's gone on with this second lap. I don't know what he's been able to achieve, a 19.6. So he went a little bit faster and moved up to P3. So the interesting bit for that was on his second lap.
Very nice. Times shuffling around quite a bit up the top. Sean Kelly is down to P4. Got to say, Sean's done very, very well this round so far. His pace has just been on it the whole time. Yeah.
He found a little bit of pace. Of course, he was very busy with his racing, and of course, very busy with us. He does a lot behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about, and of course, a big thanks and the effort that he puts into for everything here for V8SCOPS and V8sonline. We can't thank him enough. So it's good to see him head down, bum up, and at the pointy end of the field.
Most definitely, Sean Kelly is pretty much the main coordinator for the stuff behind the scenes at V8SCOPS HQ, so massive thanks to him for that, and of course I'm wishing him the best of luck. He's got a lot of competition in some of the best sim races in Australia, of which he's won as he pulls into the pits. Oh, as he smacks the wall on the entry.
That's how tricky it is.
Yeah, very, very tricky. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few people messing it up slightly in the race. Lando Norris, we were focusing on the 4-wheel karting champion, made his way up to 35th on the timesheets. Some right times there. Focusing on Richard Aylward in position 30. He's coming onto the back straight section very shortly. Aylward for ANZ Motorsports. That's Works branded Holden Commodore. As Sean Kelly goes up to stage in P4. He's just come out of the pits again.
It's interesting, isn't it? Rogers first on a 19.485. Ian Ford second with a 19.600. Madison Down third, 19.636. Sean Kelly 19.717, and Jared Philsell rounding out your 5 with a 19.730.
Yeah, very, very close times here at the top of the field, and close times behind them as well. I'm noticing that P7 to P10 are all within less than a tenth of a second, like 700ths. That's Ethan Griggold, Jake Burton, Corey Preston, Jake Maloney, all in the 20 flats. Very, very close times.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Seeing Benjamin Smith as well, going not too badly in 6th place. He's going to come out of the final turn. Very, very borderline entry to that final turn. And I believe he will be starting a lap. The issue with the final turn is that the curb goes to the grass pretty much at the turn-in point, and that's where, 1 millimeter off can completely screw your lappers. Oh, Benjamin Smith off into the grass through the S's. That's a very frustrating place to go off. Alright, well, we're going to follow Madison down, however, for a lap. He is about to start one. Why don't you take us around a lap with Madison down, Sandman?
There you go, crucial run onto the front straight. Don't want to grab too much curb and touch the grass because you can get a 1X there so easy. Just listening, he went down 2 gears there. So some people were doing 2, some people 1.
Yeah, it's very borderline with gear ratio here. You can either go for the 3.25 or the 3.5 as... I think he cut that turn a bit too much there at the top of the S's. I'm wondering if that's invalidated his lap.
Yep, as he backs out of it now.
That's a real shame. Yeah, it's very hard to pick the turn-in point for that right-hander at the top of the S's, isn't it, Sandman?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, a little bit blind, and you're trying to grab as much curve as you can. There's, obviously as much as you can grab, and you can make that lap a lot faster. So, but it's borderline. You grab that 1X, and then you're pretty much starting all over again. So the time's ticking away. We're approaching the 15-minute mark of this 20-minute qualifying session. So the pressure will start to be on for these guys.
Definitely will be. Madison Down should be satisfied with what he's done so far. He's in P3, very, very close, of course, to Josh Rogers, who is exiting the pits now. Here we go. We're going to see if he can try and improve on his time. Going through those S's in a V8 supercar, it's almost excruciating the amount of throttle control you need. I know I've had quite a bit of experience driving at Road Atlanta in cars that are a bit easier to drive than the V8, and those S's are pretty much flat out, a GT or a prototype. But in a V8 supercar, there's short shifting, and you basically got to drive the car like there is a raw egg underneath the throttle that you can't brake.
You're not wrong, and then take into consideration that your tyres start to get 20 odd laps old, it starts to get a little bit more trickier.
Yeah, it definitely does. We're focusing on Michael Cracknell in 13th though. On 1 minute 20.319. He's coming out of the pits. Ooh, bit of a slide there. He's going to come through the final turn and start a lap. Focusing also on Josh Rogers. He's just coming out of the final turn now too. In 5th gear, out comes Josh Rogers. Now we're going to see what he can do. Braking into 4th gear, it seems, into turn 1. Just got to be very careful. Oh, a bit of oversteer, but that's okay. Get a nice wide entry into there. Keep it tight. Oh no, that's lap over. I think he's just gone a little bit too far off the curb. Or has he? We'll have to see about that.
Still going on with it, by the looks of it.
Continuing regardless. So hard to hook up the apex in that right-hander. One of those turns where always push a little bit harder. Down into the back stretch. We'll see very soon whether he decides to push on or jump into the pits.
Well, it's under 3 minutes now, so it's if he's going to dart in for tyres, he needs to do it now to get on with it to get back out again. So if he continues on, it's going to make life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, but he stays out though. At I think he may have either set a time or no. It's a 120.1, though that's not able to better the time that he set. I think he's going to try and stay out. Oh, over the curb. Nailed it that time. Those curves, massive bounce factor as he goes over that tarmac runoff. It's so easy to think, oh, I can use all of that. It's fine. I'll go faster, but go over it. You don't really count on the massive bumps and gaps at the tarmac being there as he must have spun out car.
Just got a little bit sideways on exit. He wanted a good run. I could see what he was trying to do is get a good run and then hopefully get a toe from Jaden Borg, who's just in front of him. But unfortunately, the car just stepped out a little bit on him on exit, and that killed his run. That is a shame. And look, he's pulled out of it. I think that might be qualifying over for Josh Rogers. So the pressure will be on. He has got a fairly margin in V8SCOPS terms, at least for P1. He's staying out again. He's going to go again. Yeah, there's no point to pit now because there's what have we got? 1:10 to go. So there's absolutely no point. You may as well just try and punch out another one. But I think the rubber that he's got on the car has gone past its use-by date. So he'll just push on. And like you said, he's got a nice little margin up his sleeve as far as times go. So we'll see how that all pans out. And a little bit of extra track time never hurts. Oh, he doesn't want grab grass. That'll be a 1X. Jeez. That's what I love about this track. It's so inviting for the driver to push, but if you go beyond it just slightly, it will bite you. Oh, there we go. Josh Rogers letting by. I think that's Ethan Griggold. No, it is not. It's a different SDC car. It's Cracknell. Michael Cracknell. Now, inside the last 10 seconds, I've just noticed that Ian Ford's managed to sneak across the line to get at least one more in. He's currently P2 at the moment. Oh, he grabbed a lot of curb there, so could make things a little bit difficult. Very good job though, Ian Ford. Fantastic result there. As the checkered flag flies, Cracknell crosses the line to go 1:20.5. That's not quicker than his current time. He's going to remain in the midfield. Those drivers are pulling into the pits. Not sure if there are any other drivers out on track setting laps. It looks like Richard Aylward might be. Not too sure. I think Govan Keeney, new driver in V8SCOPS, set his final times. He's going to start about 25th position on a 1:20.54. Trying to find guys who may be on hot laps. Yeah, Ian's got out of it. Just, I think he got a bit of a 1X in the last chicane. Kane Kigamiga. Alright, well, we're going to, regardless, go to the qualifying results with that session over. So, your pole man, Joshua Rogers, another fantastic result for him. Ian Ford, really good job in second place on a 1:19.6. Madison Down third. Sean Kelly, fourth, very respectable result. Jared Philsell in fifth. John Latham, sixth. Benjamin Smith is the top driver from Evolution Racing Australia, seventh place. Jake Maloney, eighth. Ethan Griggold, SDC Motorsports' biggest showing, in ninth. Jake Burton is in 10th. And check out 11 through 20 is Kane Kigamiya, and Corey Preston is in 12th. Lee Ellis a little bit further back than Lee would probably appreciate, back in 13th. Jake Blackhall 14th. Michael Cracknell in 15th. Jason Hyde in 16th. Aaron Hamilton in 17th. Victor Tanker in 18th. James McKnight 19th. And Freak, oh, that's a new name. What's that one there? Freak Shot Horse. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. I think he's Govan Keeney's teammate. Please correct me if I'm wrong. 21st position is Forzan El Nabi from Performance Motorsports. Adam Zeitinger in 22nd. 23rd, Michael Healy. Brenton Hobson starting 24th. Govan Keeney starting in 25th position. Jeff Gauchi 26th. Dale Nish 27th. Mitchell Sialak in 28th. 29th is Cooper Murray. And Richard Alwood is going to round out your top 30.
And the rest of the field, Sean Evans 31st, Tony Klusterman in 32nd, 33rd Heath Brennan, Josh Burden in 34th, Luke Harvey 35th, Matt Stratford 36th, Lando Norris in 37th, and last but least is Jaden Borg 38th.
So there we go. That is your field set for the Atlanta 250. I am very, very, very excited, Sandman. 61 laps around Road Atlanta, 2 pit stops, and a full field of V8 supercars. It's going to be great.
Bring it on. Everyone make your own pit stop at home and sit back, because this is going to be a ripper.
It most definitely is. Well, as the race server goes up, we are going to take a very quick break, and during that time, we're going to run a little history lesson once again. Let's have a look at the history of this amazing circuit. Next to the town of Braselton, Georgia, one of the United States' best racetracks, remains a hive of activity after nearly half a century of operation. The rolling, bucking, diving, fast and flowing Road Atlanta. Another racetrack from the glory days that has pushed through into the modern age, Road Atlanta has only had its layout changed once and has given itself enduring vitality through safety improvements. It lives on openly challenging the driver, with blind corner entries, high speeds, and sweeping elevation changes. Though short for a facility of its stature, Road Atlanta is a whole new adventure every lap. Road Atlanta began life by being thrust into the spotlight. The land the track lies on was originally farmland, purchased by David Sloyer, local figure Arthur Montgomery, and engineer Earl Walker, with the intention of building a world-class road racing facility. Their big break came almost instantly when the Can-Am series needed a replacement venue after the Bridgehampton circuit suffered flood damage. The landowners rushed to meet the deadline, excavating, building, and sealing the entire circuit in just 6 months. The track was completed just in time to hold the Can-Am event in September 1970 and was an instant hit. Over the next few years, the circuit played host to many of America's top series. Yes, even NASCAR. The Grand American Series stopped there in 1973, and in 1986 it was also the host of the first ever road course event in what is now the Xfinity Series. The track was eventually sold in 1978, and from then on passed from owner to owner, a story shared by many a racetrack over the years. Road Atlanta eventually fell into bankruptcy in 1993 and was then purchased by another group that widened the track and made improvements to the facilities. But the true modern age of Road Atlanta came in 1996 when Don Panos purchased the track to make it the base of his motorsports empire, which includes Sebring. Panos' company further improved the circuit's facilities and safety by installing the current chicane on the back stretch and a new pit complex on the other side of the start-finish straight. The large crest on the back stretch was also removed. This brought the track up to the FIA's international standards and allowed it to host ever bigger events. The first of these is now Road Atlanta's signature event, the Petit Le Mans. First held in 1998, the 10-hour endurance race for sports cars has become a fixture on the American and world motorsports calendar. Finally, in 2012, the track came under the control of NASCAR as part of its acquisition of the Panos Group. The track remains a popular venue among drivers and spectators, and the Petit Le Mans is a marquee round of the United Sports Car Championship. Road Atlanta is well vested in racing of all types, and V8 supercars on iRacing are no exception. A 250-kilometre single race is what the drivers must endure tonight, but at this track they will surely have fun while they're at it. The Atlanta 250, Round 5 of the 2016 LENOVO V8 Supercar Online Premier Series.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sell second. Hampstead third. Your podium. And Sean Kelly not far off at N4. For what a result. What a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defining year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Self second. Hampstead third. Your podium. And Sean Kelly not far off at N4. For what a result. What a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Welcome back, one and all. This is the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series presented by Lenovo, and this is round 5, the Atlanta 250, the main game, 61 laps around the Road Atlanta circuit in Georgia, United States, with about 40 thundering V8 Supercars going around, and yeah, we're getting ready for a good night of racing. My name is Reese Gardner, and I'll be calling the race with my good friend and the man that you've all come to love, Stephen Sandman Clark. Sandman, we're ready to go racing at Road Atlanta.
Oh man, I can't think of a better way to spend a Sunday night, because tell you what, we're in for an absolute cracker of a race. 61 laps around here is unreal, so I can't wait. I'm real jealous that I'm not in the seat, but I got the next best seat in the house, and it's calling in here with you, so I think we're in for a perler.
Yeah, we definitely are, of course, with the 250-kilometre events in V8SCOPS, there is a fuel tank restriction. It's a 65% fuel restriction, and I've been told by some drivers that a full tank will get you about 32, 33 laps around Road Atlanta, so 65% of that is 20.8 according to my calculations, so we should be seeing drivers pit twice in this race.
Yeah, and we saw how our crucial pit stops can be in the earlier Split 2 race. These guys will be crunching the numbers, like you said, and they'll have some sort of plan that they'll like to stick to, but of course those plans can quickly come undone when there can be some sort of chaos on first laps or altercations with other drivers, or sometimes you may just get held up a little bit. So plans will change. These guys will have some sort of idea, and I can't wait to see how it all pans out.
Yeah, you can also attempt to take a chance like Madison Down did at round 1 at Montreal and come off second best, literally out of the last corner of the race. That's the kind of racing that we've come to expect from V8SCOPS, and I don't see any reason for it to be different tonight. We're currently in the warm-up session at the moment. 10-minute session. We're coming up on 3 minutes remaining, Sandman. Heart rate's going up, adrenaline levels are rising. Think about what it's like for the drivers in the seats.
Well, exactly. Like I said, they'll be now out there on fresh tyres and full tanks just to get a sort of feel about how these cars are going to behave over the first couple of laps. And like we said in qualifying, the first lap on cold tyres is a little bit tricky, but these guys have done enough laps and enough rounds and plenty of races in these cars to understand how that's going to behave. But Yep, they'll be just getting themselves into a rhythm, and they'll have some sort of understanding of how this car is now, whether they like it or not. They've got what they've got.
They definitely have, and yeah, Josh Rogers is on pole for this race, having set the fastest time in pre-qualifying and in the qualifying session proper, and so he'll definitely be looking to consolidate that. He did take his a double maiden win actually last time out at Sebring, Sandman, in what many people are already calling one of the best races of the season.
Mate, didn't he do it in style? That clearly was some of the best racing that you will ever see. It was incredible about how many hits it had on YouTube as far as people watching that battle. It was unbelievable. So, mate, if we can live anything up to what we had sort of at the last round, anywhere near that, we're in for a perler. But the traditional Holden versus Ford battle, which will be on again, which we love to see.
Yeah, exactly. Well, looking at the track temps, I'm actually taking a look at that now. The track temperature is much higher than it was in qualifying, 40 degrees. So these drivers are dealing with a hot track, Sandman.
Yeah, that'll make things a little bit interesting. Geez, they've certainly turned that on for this one. That's something to think about. And I'll tell you what, if there's some people that haven't sort of had a quick look at that before starting this race, which I think 99% of them would have, that could catch a few people out.
It definitely could. Of course, the track's a bit grippier in these circumstances with colder track temps. So with this track temp being as hot as it is, it's going to be a bit greasy. Tires are going to slide around a bit more, heat up a bit faster. So, oh boy, I'm wondering if they're going to take tires in both of their stops.
Yeah, I'd be taking tyres. I know how much I enjoyed a fresh set, and they'd only done sort of 15 or 16 laps work. So I think over this distance, they'll definitely be taking tyres, but it's going to be a ripper.
Well, it definitely is. We're coming on to just under a minute remaining. 30 seconds remaining, actually. The 61 lap mega race at Road Atlanta. Oh man, the pressure's going to be on. I'm just thinking about Ian Ford as well, starting in second place. And one thing we've also got to remember that I actually forgot about, the start area at Road Atlanta is curved. Drivers at the very back of the field are going to be starting out of the last turn. Yeah,
that's right. If you've got the first couple of spots on the grid, it's all good. But then, like you said, it starts to snake its way around the corner, and then, of course, up towards where the bridge is, depending on a full field of cars. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting.
It definitely is. Well,
I thought Josh Rogers just blow an engine just across the start-finish lines. That was interesting.
I just saw that too. That was interesting. He'll definitely be hoping not to do that in the race. All right. Well, here we go. We're in the race session now. Drivers are going to be lining up on the grid now, ready to go for 61 laps around what is one of the best circuits in the United States. Rogers will have the inside line for turn 1.
Yeah, that's crucial. That's very handy to have in your hip pocket, that inside line. Of course, it's a nice little drag race to the first turn, so everyone prepping themselves now, just thinking about how they're going to get off the start and how much revs they're going to carry on board. But I do love a good drag race to the first turn.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very fun to watch. Jump into blimp view as the revs rise. 61 laps at Road Atlanta. Road Atlanta 250 is go. Drivers go off the grid. Rogers got an alright start. Look at the start that Phil Sell's got.
Yeah, Phil Sell very good. He's trying to look for where he's going to put the car. Really put around the outside, but he's got Madison down on the inside. He's got to be careful. Oh, up front, Ford. He's run a little bit wide. They're three wide. Three wide at the start already. Look at these guys. Madison down. The big mover. He's getting the inside, but Ford will hold on.
Oh wow! Look at that! Fantastic jostling back in the mid-pack, but this is giving Josh Rogers a massive advantage. Look at the lead he has now. Ford.
Oh, Got to be careful. As he just rejoins the racetrack, fuel cell manages to get that position, but Kelly gets past him. So Ford was just happy. He's going to have to give up some track time. He would have got a cut track penalty. That's killing him.
Ian Ford all the way to the back. That's heartbreaking for him.
Outside the top 10, I don't know where he's going to end up here. That's heartbreaking. That all crucial move just at the start. Red wide, got up onto the racetrack, got a slow down penalty.
That is a real shame, but he has got 60 and a half more laps to fix that up. I only hope that he'll be in maximum attack mode. Going across the line, just a few seconds, Josh Rogers has the gap that he needs. Madison down to Jared Filsell very close behind. Sean Kelly in 4th position. Josh Rogers crosses the line. He's your leader for lap 1.
Just going to have a look back through the field and see where Ian Ford crosses the line back in 13th position. So unbelievable from 2nd to 13th.
He'll be absolutely fuming at that. Had that happen right at the start of the race. That's the point in time where you want to try and consolidate where you are and not make any mistakes, but unfortunately it didn't work out that way for Ian Ford.
There's a gap from Rogers to Down over the first lap, nearly 1.5 seconds. That's incredible.
Yeah, Rogers is in maximum attack mode right now. He'll be trying to get as big of a lead as he possibly can, try and get that bit of a buffer so that when the pit stops come around, he'll be able to keep that advantage. Drivers jostling for position back in the mid-pack. Not sure who that was. Like a TTL car. It was Jake Maloney. Yes, it was. Jake Maloney battling with Ethan Grigg-Gold there. Lee Ellis and Kane Gugavia very close behind. Preston. Corey Preston and Jake Blackall. Oh, Corey Preston and 2 ERA cars. That's Ford and Blackall coming into chicane there. Oh, Preston goes wide.
Oh, now look, he's going to run wide. That'll cut off his teammates. So Ian Ford's trying to find a way around. Jake Blackall now, he's got pressure from Michael Cracknell behind.
Oh, man. Corey Preston is to the wall right now.
Oh, the old tank slapper. How good was that?
What a save. That was great. Corey Preston runs wide again, though. Oh, man.
He's so tempted to put the nose up there, the inside, but he knows you just can't get it. He's just, well, he'll be gathering himself now, just trying to settle down. He's had a rough opening start to this race. He just needs to get into himself into a bit of rhythm. He knows he's got car pace on board. That was evident in qualifying.
Oh, no.
Just runs a little bit wide there.
Ian Ford's still a bit ragged. He needs to calm down. He needs to calm down a bit. Get his head back together. Keep going.
Just in front of them, looks like Lee Ellis is making a move there on Kane Kugamia too. They're going to be drag racing, but Lee just didn't quite get the run onto the back straight. Looks like Kane's going to get that position.
Watching Corey Preston, there's a bit of a freight train forming behind him now. Ian Ford is going to be desperate to try and get by him. Yeah, Corey Preston takes the chicane now. A lot more measured and controlled than last lap.
Yeah, just as I say that, yeah, I think if he's got communication with his team, I think they just need to get in there and settle him down. He'll no doubt be real disappointed about starting this race, but it's a long race, 61 laps around here. We know he's got a fast race car. He just needs to get himself into a bit of a rhythm, put the start behind him, and just concentrate and look forward.
Yeah, all Preston with a little bit of a slide. Once again, Ford's got the measure of him here through this twisty section of the track. Meanwhile, up front, Rogers has opened the gap up to 2 seconds. Oh, I think we might see Ian Ford going for a move. But Phil Sell is right on Down's tail up at the front. Keep an eye on them for a second. Phil Sell's going to get the draft here from Madison Down.
Yeah, he's got a good run onto the back straight. You can see he's tucked right up to that ultimate car in the Sydney Commodore. What's he going to do? You know, Down's going to cover. Has he got enough here? Phil Sell will think about a move up the inside. No, he just backs out of it.
Breaks early. It's that slight curve in the back stretch there. That can really kill your run. Like, you might have the slipstream, but when you try and pull out, you're going to have a wider line in that section of the track. You're just going to have to travel a few meters longer than the car in front of you, and you completely lost that advantage.
do love, as frustrating as it is, he didn't quite get the job done, but I love how he just backed out of it. He goes, you know what, let's find another day. Let's just tuck in behind. Looks like the car's pretty settled at the moment, and we know how crucial that draft is down the back straight, so all he needs to do is sit tight, have another crack down that back straight, and could get the job done a lot easier than a risky move.
Yeah, we're looking at Ian Ford and Corey Preston as well. They're still going at it. I couldn't help but notice I was watching the back of Preston there. Oh, as Preston goes off track slightly, Ian Ford is just power down a little better out of turn 1, and that's allowing him to try and get a run on Corey Preston into the S's, but he just isn't able to get that done.
Yeah, now's the crucial bit. Just get this turn. He goes in a little bit deep. He's pushed wide, so a lot of understeer in front of that at the moment.
Cooper Murray and Sean Evans, meanwhile, we're looking at.
Oh, he's going to hold on to Cooper. Nice save. He's got a little bit squirrely there, but managed to hold on to it. That was a nice bit of driving there from Cooper Murray.
Oh boy, always good to see a car saved. Oh man, some really fun racing going on. We're having a couple of cars side by side behind there. It looks like Michael Healy and I think that might be Brenton Hobson, I'm not sure. Adam Zeidinger. Oh boy, very close racing all throughout the field here at the moment. I'm focusing back on Corey Preston now. They're coming around to turn 1. Ian Ford just goes a bit deeper. He's going to put the power down. Preston holds him off this time though.
Yeah, as frustrating as, Ford knows he's got the pace, it truly is almost single file just through this section. So he really needs to set him up. Try to get a good run through here. Didn't grab too much curve on the inside there. Car was settled but hasn't quite got the pace. He just doesn't need to push too hard through this turn. He just needs to set himself up for the next turn and get that run. Get the draft down that straight.
Yep.
There he goes.
Nice and smooth. Okay, Ford's going to have the draft now. He's losing too much ground to Preston. Let's see if he can try for a move into the chicane.
And Preston knows. He knows that he can see him moving around and he's got that toe. Don't know if he's quite close enough. He's going to think about it though.
Yeah.
Oh,
Preston! Oh, there we go, and it's going to be.
There we go. That's all he needed to do.
Under.
Yep. Ford just saw that he made a bit of a mistake. He just got the power down. Job done.
There we go. That's given Ian Ford the position. Now, Preston is the filling in an ERA sandwich. Getting some pressure now from Jake Blackhole. Madison has closed the gap up to 1.3 to Rogers. Up at the front though. Billsel's dropped back slightly.
Yeah, let's just have a look at their times. Both Rogers and Down in the 21.1s. Fuel Cell 21.3 last time round. So only a couple of tenths in it, but it's just enough where I think Madison's just started getting a little bit of rhythm, and now he's matching what times Rogers is punching out.
Rogers still has a pretty sizable gap. Keeping it nice and controlled up at the front. Well, noticing Sean Kelly and Benjamin Smith, I see a battle forming. Kelly's line to the chicane was compromised slightly, and that's brought Smith right up to the back.
Oh.
Kelly was just a little bit wider in the last turn. Oh, Smith just moving around a little bit in Kelly's mirrors.
I love it. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to see drivers moving around a little bit. Try and throw the driver off that's in front of you to think that you are going to make a move when you're not. Just move the car around, dance it around and sort of distract them a little bit. Love it.
We have a single file through this section. Kelly's still keeping it measured. We're taking a bit too much curb on the exit there, both of them.
Just trying to gauge the behaviour of these two cars. Looks like Benjamin Smith's car is a lot better than what Kelly's is at the moment.
Yeah, I noticed Sean Kelly had a little bit of a slide coming out of that slow turn.
He's got a sniff of the draft here.
Yeah. Kelly stays in the middle of the track.
Oh, here we go. Easy done.
Cover. Yeah, here we go. Benjamin Smith going to tap the brakes just a little bit later than Kelly. And he's through before the start of the turn, but Kelly's, oh goodness me, that chicane, such a good place to try and get a run. Oh, Kelly's going to have a run into the final turn, but you can't go side by side through there.
Oh, he's just going to push.
Not this early.
I thought he was going to push wide there, but nice run.
Oh, he almost came back on him into turn 1 as well. Kelly's sort of trying to prove that he does belong in front of Smith.
So a little bit of lap traffic in front of Smith here. It's Brenton Hobson, who's had a bit of bad luck at the moment, so he's already a lap down off the back of the field.
Battle now for 14th, 15th and 16th. Corey Preston has managed to lose positions to Jake Blackhall and James McKnight, with Aaron Hamilton and Michael Cracknell behind him. Jason Hyde as well. Or Sean Evans and Cooper Murray are going to go side by side down the straight. Oh no, that's Mitchell Sealack, sorry, my mistake.
Oh, it's getting tight. Oh, you don't want to shut the door too much.
Oh, he's going to go side by side with the chicane.
Sean's got position there, so nice job from Sean.
Oh, bit of a slide on the exit though. Oh, bit of a slide through there too. Oy vey. Oh no, don't go side by side there, Sealack. Man, oh man.
Man, it's scary enough, that corner, when you got everything sorted out, but when you're sideways through there, man, that was heart and mouth moment, no doubt about that.
Yeah, good driving from Mitchell Sealack to try and save that. What's he doing all the way back there?
I was just looking at that, just as you were about to say that, I just noticed that Ford had slipped back there, and I was like, what has happened there?
Yeah, well, he's obviously had some issues. Not a good race for Ian Ford so far, after having started in second place. But still, it's entertaining for us. Meanwhile, Rogers has pulled the gap out to 2 seconds once again. And the gap between Phil Sell and Down is closed right back up.
Now, I've just had a quick back run through the replay myself. Ian Ford lost it coming onto the back straight, spun and looped it. So that's, heartbreak. His night just goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, that's really bad. That's especially bad luck for Ian Ford. Just crossed the 11th lap at 61, so already a sixth of the way through this race.
I'm loving how racy Phil Sell he's here at the moment. Just putting a bit of pressure on Down.
Sean Kelly just went off track in the middle of the S's. A good lap for him so far. That's going to bring him into the clutches of Jake Burton.
Oh, I'll tell you, Phil Sell's putting all sorts of pressure on the back of that ultimate cutting Sydney Commodore. Down wiggling around a little bit. Phil Sell got a great run on this back straight. So will he be able to capitalise on this draft? Down moving around. He's definitely got the pace. He's going to move it up the inside. Or outside for this corner, but the inside for the next left-hander.
Phil Sell's going to do it. Oh, only giving just enough room.
Yep.
Down lets Phil Sell through. Isn't able to go for the over-under. So that's Jared Phil Sell into second place.
Check out that margin too, from Rogers to Phil Sell now, 2.4 seconds.
Wow. Yeah, at this rate, we are going to see them take tyres in both of their pit stops, I think. With the track this hot and is racing as hard as they do, yeah, that rubber isn't going to last.
Yeah, I think you'd be fairly brave. I mean, a couple of people might try it down the back to gain some position, maybe in one stop, but you'd definitely be desperate for some tyres towards the end of the race.
train in the middle of the field. Looking at 14th, 15th, and 16th once again. Aaron Hamilton. Oh, Aaron Hamilton with a scrum.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, he's managed to keep it off the tyres, though. Yeah, he's got a flick spinner off the grass.
Good job, Aaron Hamilton, to avoid any big incidents. Bill, that's a real shame for him. We're going to go for a replay of that. Cracknell just, Hamilton, sorry, just went into that corner, got on the throttle, I think just a smidge too early, got the car unsettled, tried to recover it, but unfortunately, that was him gone.
Yeah, once that sort of looks like he was out of shape just coming into that braking zone, unfortunately went round on him. Just had a quick look, see John Latham, who's darted into pit lane out of 12th position.
We got some penalty updates from the stewards. Victor Tanaka and Freak both got double penalties, drive-throughs and points penalties both for each having 2 separate incidents. And an incident between Josh Burden, I believe, and Tony Klusterman will be looked into post-race. So that's your stewards update.
Just having a look, just in front of Sean Kelly. Benjamin Smith, he's having all sorts of internet dramas, I think, at the moment. So fingers crossed that stays true for this race, because he's doing a great job. P4, he's just starting to open up that gap on Kelly.
Yeah, it would be definitely a shame to have internet dramas, especially this early. Noticing his car behaviour is just a little bit off, it seems. Yeah, oh goodness me, look at him. That's very bad. Kelly's going to be looking at that thinking, oh no.
Yeah, pretty distracting, but nevertheless, hopefully it settles a little bit for him.
While Josh Rogers has pulled the gap out ever further. He's at about 2.9 seconds now. Actually, probably over 3, judging by eye. So Rogers with a huge advantage.
Yeah, he's definitely got himself into a nice little rhythm. They've hit on something pretty special. This car's been good for a number of weeks now, so now he's just finds himself in a bit of a groove. He doesn't have to worry about too much pressure from behind. Last lap round 1:21.5, and of course we'll see what Phil Cell did 1:21.7. So a couple of tenths every lap, just in his back pocket. And like you said, it is now just over 3 seconds to lead.
There you go. It's going to be Madison Down and Jarrett Phil Cell in the major battle for the top spots. In Ford, meanwhile, is back up to 14th. Very good job from him. He's catching up to that battle pack of Cracknell, McKnight and Preston. Ford with a little bit of a slide once again. That car's just not completely there for him.
It's one of those things, isn't it? You start to have things don't tend to go the way you want it or the way it's planned for the night. You tend to overdrive the car, and that's so easy to do, especially around here. You only need to go in just that little bit deeper, and you start to get a bit understeer, or you hit a curb in the wrong spot and it starts to get the car sideways. So easy to do, but he just needs to regroup now and just punch on.
Yeah, and try and work his way through those 3 cars ahead. This is going to have to be the second time Ford will try and make his way past Preston if he manages to get up that far.
Actually, while we do just have a look at that, Rogers has started into pit lane. So Josh Rogers, the first of our front runners to blink. He's now at lap 16, decided to peel off.
Only lap 16. That's a bit of an early call.
Yeah, I was
Interesting to see
thinking
how that works
I
out.
was thinking maybe around the 20 mark, you know, like stop at 20, stop at 40 and come home at 61. But yeah, interesting.
Lando Norris, meanwhile, seems to have brought it into the garage. He's currently 5 laps down. Real shame for him.
Yeah, these things are tricky at the best of times. You know, I don't know how many laps he's done in these cars, but just myself knowing that, you know, being out of the game long enough just to get ready for tonight was enough of a distraction, just trying to get used to these cars again and how they behave, and especially as they behave over a long distance as the tyres start to go off and the fuel load starts to lighten up. It is crucial to get some seat time. The fuel cell and down, they've stayed out for another lap.
Meanwhile, further down in the field, I'm looking at P19 and P20. Govan Keeney coming under pressure from Forzan El Navi. This is Keeney's first start in V8SCOPS. New driver from Europe. And he's done well enough to get into top split. That car is looking a bit ragged.
Right, exactly what you said, just to make the top 40. You know, we see how incredibly close it is week in and week out as far as lap times. Just to make the top 40 is pretty special in itself. So, mate, well done. That's a top effort.
Definitely is. Forzan, meanwhile, has fallen back ever so slightly after a little incident with the S's. They stay together, and just behind them is Josh Rogers with a newly fueled car and fresh rubber, looking to make his way back up.
Yeah, I'm interested the margin that he had over fuel cell and down. The car looked fairly comfortable, but it was obviously planned to come in at lap 16. Would have thought maybe with that margin that he had up his sleeve, he would have pushed on a little bit. But they've all got their heads screwed on. They know what they're doing, and it'll be interesting to see how it all plans out and to see what lap that fuel cell and down decide to come in.
Yeah, as looks like Forzan El Navi just went into the pits there in front of Rogers. Yeah, funny you mentioned that, Sam, man. My mind goes back to Sebring when Rogers purposefully went further than Phil Cell or down at that pit stop. But of course, Aero Atlantic have got an extra pit stop to contend with in the one race. So there's probably some gears turning behind that. Roger's car just looks so hooked up at the moment. He's got that thing under him, and he's it's doing exactly what he wants it to do. Did his fastest lap last lap, director is telling us.
Beautiful.
So, yeah, very nice job from Rogers so far. And I feel that with Phil Cell and Down staying out, Rogers' gap is going to be ever greater.
Yeah, well, last lap round he was a second quicker than fuel cell, so yeah, that's yeah, I can't wait to see how it all plays out, and I'd love to know what lap these guys are going to come in, because a second a lap, that's nice and handy.
Benjamin Smith is closing the gap to Madison Down now as well, we are being told. Smith going right up to the back of the Phil Cell Down battle.
That's impressive. So nice run there.
Yeah, very impressive. Who knows? We might have a 3-car battle for the second spot on the podium.
See, the one thing I like about that, Benjamin Smith just pulling himself into this gap up the front, because Down with Phil Cell, they'll be trying to think about what they've got going on. As soon as Down looks back and sees that Smith is starting to pull him in a little bit, that may just change things as far as pit strategy for Down. So, who knows?
Who knows indeed.
All right, Phil Cell
Interesting to
is
see
in.
is Phil Cell. Phil Cell into the pits now,
Wow.
so yeah. That may just give him a little bit more of an advantage over Down if he can nail this pit stop. Down having to stay out for another lap on that slightly worn rubber. You can see physically Smith getting a little bit closer.
Yeah, this is when I thought the leaders would pit, around the lap 20 mark. You know, break it up nice and even throughout the race. Just pit on lap 20, pit on lap 40 and bring it home. So, yeah, Phil Cell now in the box. Now we'll see how it all plays out, but no doubt he would have been told that Rogers was so much quicker. A second a lap is very delightful to have in your back pocket as Rogers now goes past pit exit, sorry. And Phil Cell's still in the box, only just leaves now.
There we go. Wow, what a lead Rogers is going to have now. We'll see if Madison Down pits. He is currently on the back straight, as is Benjamin Smith. Wondering if Smith is going to follow Down in.
Yeah, I think they have to. I think they really have to come in this, because they're giving up just massive amounts of time just to Rogers, who's on the fresher tyres. So, and now Phil Cell will be in the same boat. So,
as they come over the rise, Madison
got it.
Down does not stick right. Neither does Benjamin Smith. They're going to go again.
love it. I love it.
Right. Here we go. We'll see how this works out. Cerebral strategy game is coming to the forefront now after those crazy opening laps. Phil Cell falling further and further down the order on the timesheets as the times sort themselves back out. See where he crosses the line. He is in position 15.
Oh, wow. He's 8 seconds behind as well
8
from Rogers.
seconds. Oh, man. Well, that is quite the gap from Rogers. But of course, we've got to consider, I'm sure that I still don't know if Rogers pitted too early, because I don't know. I've got no words. This is literally just a case of wait and see what happens.
Yeah, well, obviously, look, planned. They weren't in any strife. Personally, I probably would have stayed out a little bit longer, because they were in, very comfortable position. They had 3 seconds up their sleeve and no one was pressuring them. So Madison Downs in the pit lane. I've just had a look too. So Benjamin Smith has stayed out.
Well, Rogers is probably going to go long on either or both of these stints. We'll have to see. We'll see when Madison Down comes out though. Jared Phil Cell is just coming into the chicane now.
Got Kelly in the lane as well. Kugamiya, Ethan Grigol.
Phil Cell is coming through the final turn as we speak.
Oh, Down still in his box. Hasn't left yet. Still in his box.
There we go. Phil Cell going through turn 1.
There he goes.
Passing pit exit. Yeah, it seems like pitting early was the much better strategy.
Yeah, tyres are your best friend around here at the moment by the looks of it. Rogers has just got a little bit of traffic, but it'll be interesting to see. I think everyone else who's up front, they really need to start thinking about what their strategy is, because no doubt they'll be told that these guys have got a fair bit of pace up their sleeve now with this fresh rubber. It's only lap 22, a long way to go, 61 laps.
Yep, and Benjamin Smith is got the memo as well, as he comes into the pits now to take his stop from the race lead on track, but Rogers with the effective race lead. See where Smith comes out. I'm guessing the gap between him and Down is probably going to increase ever so slightly. down being on just a little bit fresher rubber. Madison into the chicane. Where is Smith? Still in his box?
He's just getting
Smith
away
comes
now.
out.
Yep.
That was a short stop for Benjamin Smith. He's going to get down.
Yeah, he's going to come out. He's got a decent margin on down. So yeah, he's just gone for that that shorter fuel load. So, but that means he has to stay longer later. So yeah, watch that one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But the field is cycling through. Govan Kini's going extra long. Made his way up to 7th position thanks to others stopping. He should surely be pitting soon. Meanwhile, Josh Rogers has got a ton of traffic ahead of him. That's Healy and Sealak battling ahead. Healy and Sealak going side by side in the chicane. Can't be doing that too much. Oh, that's not Sealak, that's El Nabi. My apologies.
Yeah, Rogers just swallows up Healy there as Healy decides to.
There's Sealak there going into the pits. Okay, well, there we go.
So that's what Rogers needed, though. Just if he can just get rid of this traffic, even though he's got plenty of margin up his sleeve. He'll be thinking about the next stop and what they decide to do and when they're going to do it. But at the moment, you can just pop it into cruise control for a little bit.
Yeah. Once, of course, he gets past Mr. El Nabi here, which shouldn't be too far away. Yeah, Rogers is going to have the run up here.
He just moves maybe out of the way for him. Yeah.
There we go. El Nabi going slightly wide, letting Josh Rogers through. And now Rogers has only got those two cars ahead of him.
Yeah, Todd Parks is the next one in front. He's back in 29th position, but the next one on track for position is Corey Preston, who's in P2 at the moment.
Currently coming into the chicane. We'll see if Preston decides to pit this time round. Six Boost Racing, Falcon, he stays right, there he goes, into the pits. So that leaves one of the last guys out on track. Who? Preston? Preston crashed. Oh no. Oh no, Preston crashed on entry into the pits. That's going to really hurt him.
Oh, he just clipped the inside wall. We'll have to check out a replay of that. But as he came in, he just clipped the grass on the left, easy for me to say, slid and just hit the wall on the right and just lost the car. And he's given up a big amount of time there.
Oh, he'll be absolutely gutted with that. That's a real shame for Corey Preston, sitting in those pits for a very, very long time. Now the last man to not have pitted at this rate is Jake Burton, who is currently in the lead of the race. There he goes, into the pits, and that is going to cycle the field through. Rogers is going to promptly go by. Rogers in the chicane now.
So still a long way to go in this race. It's only we start lap 26 of 61. So yeah, like I said, Rogers will get the lead now. Just a little bit of traffic there he has to deal with. The Todd Parks just moves over and gives him position, so that was nice of him. But it'll just we'll reset the field a little bit now and get sort of some idea of where everyone's sitting. But yeah, caught us by a bit surprised with some of that strategy, which is good.
Yeah, it definitely is good. We're going to have a very interesting finish now as Jake Burton comes out just by, I believe that's John Latham. Jake Burton at the tail end of the top 10. Meanwhile, Rogers with the huge gap still.
Geez, have a look at Benjamin Smith. He is all over the back of Jared Philsell. This is turning out to be a heck of a battle.
Yeah, it definitely is. This is actually quite enjoyable.
Smith was 4/10 quicker than Philsell the last lap round. You can see he's definitely got the toe here. Probably a little bit too far back to make anything of it, but boy, oh boy, just sit there and harass the back of Philsell. Day's looking good so far.
Yeah, it definitely is. Benjamin Smith had a little bit of a squirm in the braking zone there, and Philsell has a bit of a squirm on the exit. This is a fun battle to watch this. Two cars right beside each other, and good to see Benjamin mixing it up with these guys as well. Something we haven't seen so far this season.
It looks like he's fairly happy with the car at the moment. He's definitely had a great pit strategy there where he managed to gap down, and there's quite a margin actually between these boys. About 4 seconds back that down is from the Philsell-Smith battle. So, and then they've got another 7.5 seconds almost up the front to catch Rogers. So this is the battle at the moment up front between Philsell and Smith.
Yeah, it definitely is. Madison down, I think, made a little bit of a wrong call there at that first pit stop, staying out for that long. Seems to have lost touch with Philsell slightly. However, they still have one more pit stop to go in this race, so things may change.
Yeah, long way. Wouldn't be counting your chickens. Easy to bounce back when you've got different strategies playing out. I love that everyone's gone for something different, because the last thing you want is sort of a nose-to-tail train and predict when everyone's going to pit. So I love that it's all mixed up.
Of course, and Rogers is going to cross the line now, resuming the lead of the race in the last couple of laps. We'll see how far behind Philsell is now at the line. It is 7.2 seconds. So Philsell gained a little bit on Rogers there, but the gap is remaining fairly consistent.
Let's have a look at this battle for 7th, 8th and 9th on track. Ellis, Latham and Burton, these guys got themselves in a nice little battle here.
Ooh, Ellis with a little bit of a mistake there. Just went a bit too deep into the right-hander. Still a very interesting battle to behold. Looks like Burton got past Latham, because as I recall, Latham was ahead of Burton when Burton came out of the pits.
He was the last of our front runners yet to make a pit stop, so slightly fresher rubber.
Ellis is right on the back of Latham now. Just got to nail that exit and settle yourself into the draft for the long blast down this straight. Still very, very close. Oh, that was a bit of a mistake from Latham there. Ellis had to pull that up.
Oh,
nah.
It's so tricky. You just want to nail the throttle up the hill, but the way that part of the racetrack is, it's so easy to light the tyres up. So you can see a great little battle between Ellis and Latham. It's starting to hot up a little.
Definitely is. Ellis just taking a wider, straighter entry into there. Or Latham with a little bit of an error now.
Yeah, he's
Ellis is coming right back up onto him. Oh, Ellis is having to tap the brakes ever so slightly through there. Try and get the front end gripped up again.
Oh, big sideways there.
Oh, and Ellis has got a car right behind him. That's Kugamiya. Where did Kugamiya come from?
Oh, Ellis just has to give up. It's just too tricky on the outside. Maybe try a bit of under over. Needs to get the power down. But Kugamiya got a good run out of that turn.
I wasn't even paying attention there. All of a sudden I hear this other engine sound at the back, and I turn around and there's Kugamiya. Oh, Ellis is not done yet. He's moving around in Kugamiya's mirrors, saying, hello, I'm here still. Not going to let you get away with that easy. Saw some very good racing, even getting into the laborious middle stage of this long 61-lap race. We just ticked over lap 30.
We'll quickly run through the top 5 of the way it runs at the moment. Josh Rogers, 7.2 second lead over Jared Philsell, who's right in the thick of things with Benjamin Smith. Great to see Benjamin Smith up there in 3rd place. A little bit further behind, Madison Down in 4th, Jake Maloney in 5th. So 11 seconds Downs back, then 13, nearly 14 seconds for Maloney. So it's going to be interesting to see when these guys start to think about that next pit stop.
Yeah, definitely will be. Smith's sort of fallen off the back of Philsell ever so slightly. Just calm down just a little bit. Look at that battle in front of them, though. Those cars going side by side. Who's that? That's Jake Moore, Forza El Nabi, and Todd Parks battling for the last positions in the top 30. Tell you what, Forzan's been one of the guys that I've been watching the closest over this V8SCOPS season. He's a pretty new name, but he's definitely made a consistent name for himself, getting good placings in this field.
And that's all he needs to do. Half the battle is just making the top split, so he's done that. Tick that off the list, and now he's getting the race miles, and he's getting himself into some great battles, and it's been really good to watch. He's got a nice little run here on Todd Parks into the braking zone. What's he going to do? Think about a move up the inside, nice and clean. Does. Job done.
Very nice job for Forzan El Nabi for Performance Motorsports through on Todd Parks for Vicinity Sim Racing.
So a little bit of battle scars there for Todd Parks.
Yeah, his car's looking a little battered as he pulls over to the side to let the charging Philsell through. El Nabi will be wanting to do that pretty soon as well. Meanwhile, Kane Kugamir has made his way to the front of that battle pack of John Latham and Lee Ellis. He's got past both of them, though not without some other battle scars. It looks like the back end of his car's been smashed in ever so slightly.
And so now he can concentrate and just look forward, a bit of clear track. Look how far that, it was a few laps ago that Burton was up not too far from these guys, but he's really scooted off down the road. So Kugamir can do pretty much the same now, because I don't know, John Latham's just struggling a little bit, and it's now brought Ellis right back to the back of him again.
And another battle to be watching very closely. This is for the last position in the top 10. Meanwhile, looking back just slightly, Ian Ford creeping up onto the back of these guys. He's made his way back up to 11th after a race very much in pause.
I'll tell you what, if you've got $1 for every car you passed, he's made his way up and down this field plenty of times. So he's had his work cut out for him tonight.
Ellis on Latham. Is Latham going to let him do it though?
Oh, you'll find him.
Quite.
He's not going to give it to him. He'll make him work for it. Oh, around the outside. Latham's going to hold on to it. They're both wigging her around.
I love it. Ellis just had to run Latham wide. What's Ellis going to do? Riding on board with Lee Ellis now. Look at this. John Latham just went a little bit wide in turn 1. Ellis is just moving around. Get a nice entry into the right-hander. Turn 3.
It's too tricky round here. He needs to set him up for the back straight. That's the easiest part.
Yeah. It's impossible, almost impossible to pass here in that particular section of the track. Oh, they're both getting a bit squirrely.
Ellis will be frustrated because he knows he's probably got the pace on
Latham
Latham's.
wide.
Oh, he's run wide. He's
There we
just
go.
understeered straight off.
That has given Ellis the position. Ford right on the back of Ellis now. We can look back at Ian Ford from Lee Ellis. This is an incredible point of view. Hard charging Ian Ford. Oh, just the draft.
Yeah, I think he's too far back.
Oh, he's going to try it.
Holy no, he's doing it! Oh, he's going to
Yikes.
get up there, side by side!
Ellis holds it though. What great driving.
Oh, it's not over yet though. John Latham's trying to try
Where
and
did
find into it
Latham
too.
come from? Oh man. Oh, I'm loving this battle. This is fantastic.
Massive dive, I tell you what, that's working the old brake disc, because that was from a long way back, and it was a good little battle, but just couldn't hold off. Then of course Latham saw what was going on, and he wanted a piece of the pie as well.
Here we go. Oh man, Ian Ford has just got that little extra bit of mechanical grip through this section of the track.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think it'll be too much longer before he gets past Ellis.
Yeah, he's taking a much smoother and less jittery line out of that left-hander. I think we will see a proper move at the end of the back straight this time around. Just needs to get on the throttle in second.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Car squats. Let's see what he can do.
It snapped a little bit on exit, but I don't know if it's hurt him too much. He is now starting to pull into the back of Ellis. Ellis will be checking those mirrors, trying to see where Ford's going to put it. Oh, he thinks about a move to the inside again, side by side. We saw this last lap. Oh, a lot deeper. Ellis just tries to cross over.
Ford pulls it up though.
Here we go. Ellis on the throttle. You can see him moving around. Side by side under the bridge. That's what we love to see.
Don't go side by
Nice
side
bite
through here,
back.
guys. Oh no!
Oh, how
Yikes.
good was that?
That was great.
Oh, it's not over yet. Ford's diving. That's good. John Latham now be seeing it. Now he's going to run right. Ellis is going to go side by side again.
Oh my lord! Oh, a little bit of contact. No, Ford's going to squeeze Ellis.
Oh,
Oh, Ford and Ellis just squeezing each other ever so slightly. Through the S's they go. Ford's going to have the fire in his eyes now. Unbelievable stuff. I can't wait to see how this turns out.
I knew if you Ford would be pretty keen to have another dig again. He just needs to get a nice run through here. Now what's he
Hold
doing
back.
back straight?
Wind up, slingshot.
Here we go.
Oh,
Oh no! Oh, we
Oh,
put the
man.
buzzer on him. He just got a little bit sideways.
Not if the rear tyres have anything to say about it. My goodness.
Now Latham's starting to get a bit of a pull. They're all pretty even. Latham, Ford, Ellis. Just a little bit too far back.
Just a little. But you can tell Ian Ford's car is in much better shape than Ellis's at the moment. Ellis's car is moving around a lot more. Ford, when he's not going crazy, is a little bit more controlled. Is he going to try the move at turn 1 again? He is.
Yes, he is. Straight up the inside. Got to give him some
yikes.
room there. Oh, Lee fights back on the outside. Nice job. But look at Latham. Oh, he nearly stuck his nose in there.
Oh man, Ellis gave Ford just enough room there. Very good driving from both of them to be able to get through that without a massive incident. Oh man, this is great. I'm loving this. As 3 different teams as well: TTR, ERA, TTL.
So again, Ford thinks about setting him up for the back straight.
Let's see if he can actually do it this time. He's just got to concentrate on getting on the throttle nice and smoothly, no slides, because that's what killed him last time. He's gotten out of it better this time.
Oh, what's he do? He's good under brakes. He's real good under brakes. So what will he do this time? Is he too far back?
I think he might be. Yeah, he gets on the brakes just a little bit earlier than Lee Ellis. He's going to just sit back and try next lap.
Oh,
Ellis
there's
with the slide
Lee.
though.
Oh,
Ellis
that's what he needed.
sideways.
Oh!
Man.
Oh, nice
Here we
run
go.
from Ford. He gets up the inside. Ellis just wiggled around a little bit. Now Ellis will think about trying to get up the inside as Latham dives into pit lane.
Let's see, Lee Ellis might have the run. No, he's doesn't go for the move at turn 1 like Ford seemed to want to do to him.
I think Ford's car is just that little bit better at the moment. You'll probably see Ian just pull away a little bit now.
Yep, well, if that is indeed the end of the battle, what a battle it was. That was great.
We've had a position change for second and third. Jared Filsell is now back to third and Benjamin Smith into second. We missed all
dear.
that.
Wow, all right. Oh, they're quite far away. Did Jared Filsell pit?
Oh, here we go. He's going to get him. So it's
missed
front.
Filsell
Yeah, they're
pitting.
going to go side by side.
Oh boy. Filsell making his way back up through the traffic again. Apologies, viewers. We completely missed that. We were so engrossed in that battle that we completely missed that. Our apologies, but we're going to bring you those updates as soon as we can.
So Filsell needs to deal with the traffic now. Be interesting to see when the others decide to dive into pit lane.
Filsell on Murray.
Downs in the pits as he hits his pit box now.
Alright, and Filsell is coming out of the chicane right now. Under the bridge, over the crest, into the final turn.
Oh, Down still stationary in his box.
Oh, is Down gone longer this time on his stop? No, he's revving up,
Still there.
waiting. There he goes.
Oh, but Filsell's already in front.
Filsell is miles away. So now Benjamin Smith, eyes are going to be on him if he decides to take his pit stop as well. 8.5 seconds behind Josh Rogers.
Yeah, I think he needs to cover off Filsell. That's what I'd be inclined to do. He did stay out longer in the last run, so he might maybe take it to 40.
Yeah, possibly. He's definitely not going to pit this time as he ticks over to lap 39 as Rogers is in the pits. That's our race leader pitting now. Now we've got to remember as Filsell makes his way up to 10th, Rogers went very short on that first stint. Taken it all the way to... Wow, he's taken it 24 laps on this particular stint.
Rogers is still stationary in the box.
Oh, he might be going. He's gone long for this
there
last
he
stint.
goes. And Filsell
Oh my
has
god!
got him. Filsell has taken the lead.
Oh goodness, it's a repeat of last round. Our director's saying this is fantastic stuff. We might be seeing another really good battle for the lead on our hands, Sandman.
Oh, what's Smith gonna do?
Yeah,
oh
just
man, this is gonna be awesome.
That's a good point. Just think about that. Benjamin Smith, if he hits his marks right, he's going to come out right with these guys.
Quick look.
In front as he comes
He's
into
coming
the
in.
pits.
He's coming in.
Oh,
Don't make a mistake here. Hold on to it, buddy.
Oh, fantastic.
So here we go in pit lane. I tell you what, depending on his stop, he could come out with this race lead. We don't want to put the Mazda on him because we don't know how it's all going to play out. But Rogers is making their way. Rogers and Filsell coming into that final left-right chicane before the bridge. Smith is already stopped in his box.
Rogers coming out of the chicane now.
Oh. He's still stationary. So he's going to lose. He's gone.
Oh, and Rogers just goes by.
Now he's gone. He's got past the pit lane speed limiter. So he can see the car in front is Rogers.
It's on now. It is on now. Benjamin Smith is on the freshest rubber out of these guys. Josh Rogers has the pace and Filsell has the experience.
And the track position.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Just trying to see where's Down. Down is, he's got one car between Smith. There's Cooper Murray. It's just between. So Down's a little bit further back. But, wow, I can't wait to see how this is all going to play out.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely brilliant. I'm watching with bated breath. Bill and Rogers, the gap is closing up. The gap between Rogers and Smith is 2.2 seconds. Closed up to 1.9 now.
Oh, now what's the battle here? So Phil Cell, he's only got about a second or so. So he's got to be careful. We know how good Rogers' car is. It's been awesome all week and even throughout this race.
Oh my goodness, here we go. They're all closing up. They're all getting squished together. And they'll be racing to the end, remember. They just took their last pit stop, so they're going to be fighting tooth and nail. Remember, this is for the top 3 positions in the race. Where's Madison down, by the way? He is...
Yeah, a couple of seconds back from Smith.
Yeah, a few seconds back. Oh. 4 seconds behind Rogers, just a couple of seconds behind Smith. I think all of these guys are going to come together towards the end.
We'll hear about who looks after their rubber. A little bit of traffic to play for these guys, but it's Heath Brennan that just moved out of the way, so that's good of him.
These guys are all close together now.
Blackhall is in pit lane, so it's only Burton up front that hasn't paid his pit stop yet.
Yeah, Burton's gone long on both of these stints. I think
Yep.
his short stint has been saved for the end. Bill and Rogers, the gap has gone right up close. Under a second now.
Yeah, a couple of tenths quicker than Phil Cell last lap round, and of course now, the closer he gets, that draft is going to start to have some effect for Roger, so we'll be looking forward to that.
And I'm looking at Govan Keeney has popped into the pits for the final time now. Down at 13 at the moment. Fall back slightly. Another good battle that I want to draw your attention to is Sean Kelly, Jake Maloney and Kane Kugamiya all together. Have a look at this. They are so very close and they've got traffic. Who's that in front of them? That is Mr. El Navi. Now a lap down. He's going to brake and let the battle pack by.
Nice. Good sportsmanship there. Love that.
Those guys are very, very close. That's another battle we'll want to be watching. Jake Burton.
That's for honours to be into the top 10. So good job.
Yeah, very good indeed. Still and Rogers are ever closer. Smith's fallen back though.
Yeah, 3 tenths slower last lap round.
Benjamin Smith can at least hold off Madison down. That'll be a very well-deserved podium. While Kelly with a bit of a slide. Oh, tank slapper. That's going to let Kugamiya by. Kugamiya up into 9th place. Ooh, Kelly just contacts the back of Kugamiya. A little bit of a love tap. Now Kugamiya's got his sights set on Maloney. Jake Burton is now in the pits. Bill Sell, Rogers and Smith are going by. So is down, so is Sealak. Where will Burton come out as Healy dives into the pits? Now, that's going to let Maloney, Kelly and Kugamiya by. Ian Ford in a strong 11th after his trials and tribulations during this race.
Tell you what, there's not much in it up front now. I think Rogers has had enough. You can see he's really tacking onto the back of Phil Cell now.
Yeah, this is the kind of battle that we set aside our time a couple of Sundays every couple of weeks to see. This is really, really good to watch.
His car looks so good, Rogers. Just so stable, and he's got pace. He just needs to harass the back of Phil Cell now. It's the closest they've been all night.
He's on the bumper now. Just a waiting game now for Rogers, I think.
Oh no, Phil Cell, where's he gone?
What? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh dear. That is not a good thing to see.
Hasn't come back.
Oh no. Oh, if he's gone, if he's properly gone, that's going to be absolutely heartbreaking.
It's been a long time. He hasn't even flashed back yet. So the scary bit is he could just handed this to Rogers, but Benjamin Smith may be moving up into P2.
Yeah, this is very true. Waiting, I'm watching the server code to see the confirmation if Phil Cell's actually disconnected. I highly doubt that he's going to come back.
It's been too long.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but I think he's just been missing too long for him to play a part. Unbelievable drama here on lap 45. Jared Philcell looks like he's dropped out of the server. We haven't had confirmation yet, but Josh Rogers got clear racetrack in front of him. And if that's the case, it promotes Benjamin Smith into P2.
Yeah, we've got confirmation from the broadcast chat. Jared has indeed lagged out of the server. There he is. There he is. Received throughput fell to unacceptable level. Oh, that's absolutely heartbreaking for Jared Philcell. Can't believe what must be going through his head right now.
Is Smith and Down. Down is really starting to close up this margin now. Benjamin Smith.
A little bit of net dramas from Smith as well. Yeah. I saw a bit of a flash from him just then.
We spoke about that earlier, that it was messing about a little bit. Heartbreaking stuff for Philcell. He did everything right. He played the pit strategy. He got track position. He was in front of Rogers. But, well, unfortunately, I guess in our world, that's our 20-cent part that goes wrong on the night.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sandman. Online racing carries with it few different things that can go wrong compared to real life racing. As Down's got the...
massive.
Oh no! Down on Smith. I think Smith might have gotten a slowdown. Either that or he's messed up the exit. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Well, either way, that's promoted Madison Down to P2.
I just tried to watch a replay myself to see if I could pick anything from it, but looks like he just gave the position to Down.
That's very odd behaviour. I'm wondering why that was. How many laps have we got to go? We're on lap 47 right now out of 61.
What, 15 laps?
Alright, so we've got some time left to go. Madison Down obviously has the pace, but can he catch up to Rogers, is the question.
I'm going to put it out there
Rogers
and say no.
is just a couple of tenths a lap faster.
Yeah, he's been quick all night too. He really hasn't been bothered. It's just pit strategy sort of has played a part of it, and I can't see anyone stopping him. He's got a decent margin, and to be 5 seconds up the road, a lot would have to go wrong for that margin to close down.
We just had a question. Is Ben fuel saving perhaps? That might...
Oh.
That could be something. When was his last pit stop though? Because that'd be a good pointer, because remember, a tank of fuel, as restricted in these races, only lasts the guys about 25 laps.
We did do a massive jump on down. You know, we spotted that in the race when the pit stops happened, that he came out a lot further in front than Madison down, and there was only a lap difference between them pitting. So I reckon that's probably a valid point, actually. I reckon it could be a bit of a fuel issue.
Yeah, he might have rushed out of the pits as he saw them coming, so that's definitely a possibility. Look, he's falling back from down.
Oh, I feel for him. I did the opposite in my race. I put too much fuel in, and that's where I got jumped. So, if that's the case, I just hope he can hold on for a top 3 result, because it's been an absolute stunning drive tonight here at Road Atlanta, and to the guys that he's taken it to Phil Sell, he's taken it to Down, he's taken it to Rogers. It's been great racing.
It has, and we've got confirmation from Brenton O'Brien, team manager of ERA, that Smith has nowhere near enough fuel to get to the end.
Oh, bugger!
Oh, that is so heartbreaking for Benjamin Smith.
You can hear it. You can hear how much he's backing out of it now.
Oh no. Well, at the very least, he's got a very good gap back to Jake Maloney. Hopefully he can manage that and maybe salvage some kind of good result. But we're going to go on board with Josh Rogers for this lap. Coming up into the S's. I love this turn. Hitting that curve perfectly, which Rogers didn't do that time, is such a good feeling, and then the track just falls away and you've got to turn in nice and early, keep the grip going, ride those curbs as best you can, get on the throttle nice and smoothly, don't take too much of the curb, let the car bounce a little bit, come over this rise and brake a little bit earlier than you think you should for this turn. It's banked a bit like an oval. Very, very slow right-hander, second gear. You can get on the throttle nice and early out of this, but don't take too much of that exit curve because you will lose grip. Coming over the rise, it used to be much, much higher. It was lost when the track was modified in 1997, I believe. Then bearing right and then braking super hard down into the chicane. This is third gear or second gear, depending on your gearing. Get on throttle nice and early out of here, and then the car just goes a little bit light over the top of the crest, and you've got to just try and go as wide as you can into the last turn, late apex it. That's a lap of Road Atlanta with our race leader.
Oh. How good is that? I'm super jealous just watching that, because his car looks so good. Like, it rides the bumps well, he's got the throttle nice, it's not stepping out on him, it just looks so good to drive.
Yeah, he's hit all of his marks, says Rogers. He's, I think that win at Sebring sort of took the cork off the bottle, so to speak, and he knows what it's like to win now, and the wins are going to come much more easily. But I'm looking at the broadcast chat, and it looks like it was Benjamin Smith's last stop that was the issue, and apparently he was already saving fuel behind Jarrett.
Well, there you go. He's dropped 10 seconds. He's got about 14 seconds.
Well, in the meantime, we've got John Latham, James McKnight, and Ethan Ringold battling very hard here. John Latham's been involved in quite a few battles over the course of this 250-kilometre race.
Well, Zan El Nabi just is parked on the side of the racetrack up there, so I don't know what happened there.
Oh dear.
Right, now we're hearing reports that, Phil Seller's on track. Unfortunately, he's 2 laps down from the race lead, but unbelievable, heartbreaking start back in 29th. But you know what? He's just put it behind him, and he just needs to grab whatever points he can, because it's better than getting no points whatsoever.
Yeah, it definitely is. Points still count for everything in V8SCOPS, and am I right in assuming that if not all the field, the vast majority gets points, so all is not lost.
Yeah, grab as many as you can, so yeah, heartbreaker.
Yeah, definitely, especially after starting and running as well as he did. While Smith Smith is driving very, very, very gently at the moment, trying to save as much fuel as he possibly can. The gap is falling. Jake Maloney in fourth.
Yeah, it was about 14 seconds not that long ago. It's now probably almost in the vicinity of 10 seconds now, so really giving up a lot of track time here. Lap 51, so still 10 laps to go.
Yep, we're in the dying stages of the race now. And Cougamere and Maloney are really going at it. Sean Kelly is getting a bit of a look in as well. But Kelly's got his own problem in the form of Jake Burton in his mirrors.
Yeah, of course, Jake was...
Go on, Sam.
I was going to say Jake was the last to pit, so he's going to have good tyres.
Yes, he definitely will. Look at the look. He's going to try and get a run out of turn one. Oh, it's you can't pass into there. Riding on board now with Jake Burton, right on the back of Sean Kelly. And I just wanted to mention Ian Ford has managed to make his way up into 8th, so he's managed to salvage something from this race. Burton, no. On that fresher rubber, just needs to get past Kelly and then he can attack Cougamere and Maloney.
You know what the funny bit is? Burton 7th, Sean Kelly 6th just in front of him. Then you got Cougamere and Maloney battling out for 4th and 5th. And they're chasing down Benjamin Smith, who's got fuel problems. So it's not out of the equation that Burton could grab a top 3.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. As the gap between Maloney and Smith is falling.
Sorry, that was Kane Cougamere and Jake Maloney. Oh, they're still nose to tail. A little bit of bump and grind.
Yeah, nah. Oh dear. Wow.
They know, they have the information now that Smith would be saving fuel, so they know that they need to get on with it. And they probably know that they can see Kelly and now Burton that's joined into the fold. So you've got these 4 cars battling out for the last spot on the podium.
Yeah, and the gap between Smith and Maloney is 10 1/1000 seconds as they cross the line that last time. This is going to be a very interesting finish. Last spot on the podium. Kelly and Burton are still right there. 4-car train.
There's 10 seconds up the road from Maloney to Smith, who's currently in 3rd, but we know Benjamin Smith is desperately saving fuel.
Going to have to see what the gap is like this time by Smith's coming into the chicane.
Kane Cougamere. Oh, he's going to run. He's going to go around the outside.
Oh, try it around the outside. It can be done.
Maloney, they don't want to go in. He's going to, shut the door on him. Holy smoke.
That's going to leave the door open for Kelly, or is it?
But look at Burton. Burton's going to look around the outside. Surely not.
Oh my goodness. This is fantastic. Once again. Oh, Kelly with the slide, tank slapper, whatever. Losing the car, almost.
I'll tell you what the promising bit is, it's still 10 seconds from Smith to Maloney, so that's good.
Yeah, it is. Smith will be liking this, all of these guys battling behind him. Oh, they're all so close. Who's going to go and make a move? Surely one of them's going to have to try something into the chicane on this lap.
Oh, here we go. Just trying to think, if I was in this battle, who would I want to be? You know, Burton's got the best set of tyres, but geez, look at them just snaking around, trying to break the draft from each other.
This is it. Draft comes into play now.
Lap traffic just has been out of the way.
They're still too far away from each other to make any kind of move. We have to wait a little bit to close right back up again. Have another try on the next lap.
Holy
Oh
moly!
goodness. Some of the saves that we've seen drivers do in this race. Dream of it.
Oh, that gap is now 8 seconds. Smith Oh, Benjamin Smith. Just trying to see if he can hold on to the end of this one.
Yeah, is he going to make it? Is Benjamin Smith going to make it? That's the question on our minds. It'll be the question on his mind most of all.
The scary bit is they'll have some sort of idea. They'll be looking at that fuel number. They'll know whether how close they are to making it or not. But boy, oh boy, Maloney, Kugamiya, Kelly, Burton, they know what's on offer here. A possible last step on the podium, depending on how the fuel strategy plays out for Benjamin Smith.
Yeah, it's all on right now as we come towards the end of this race. We're on lap 55 at the moment. Oh, Kelly! Kelly seeks a compromise. That's going to give Burton the advantage.
It's easy pickings for Burton. I think you can just... oh, no.
No draft.
As soon as he popped out of the draft, it sort of stopped, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a brick wall. That air. Is Burton going to try and go around the outside of Kelly?
Oh, Kelly's gone in deep.
Try and get back out again. Just going to... Whoa! Dear Kelly. Oh, man. It's glitching stuff watching these guys go.
Oh, 7 seconds from Maloney to Smith.
Here we go. Honestly, if Smith can hold on, it's going to be the drive of the race.
It'd be awesome. So good to see him up there. I mean, far out, the last step on the podium, he's thrown a bit of strategy in there. He had the pace. He was up there anyway, but definitely threw in a bit of strategy that could get himself in a bit of a pickle. We hope not, because we'd love to see how that all plays out.
Yes, indeedy. But 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming on to the straight now. Squeeze the throttle, and this time we'll see if one of them can make a move. Kugamiya is probably going to go for it.
Yeah, he's got pace here. He's definitely pulling in margin.
Around.
Oh, he can't go that side.
Yeah, Maloney covering the left.
Oh, they're both going to go in deep. They're going to try and get a bit of racing room. Oh, Jake, a little bit of contact. Enough room though, good on them, side by side. But look at Kelly trying to get in the bulb as well.
Oh no!
Oh, but look at the Burton's on the outside. Side by side by side, have a look at him. Oh, to the grass.
Oh no, Burton. Oh goodness.
Kelly's still there. Oh, a little bit of contact. Oh, he's going to hold on to it. Oh, Maloney.
Burton gives Maloney a tap. Maloney.
Oh, Kelly, the big mover. He's made a spot.
Holy God above. That was incredible. How did they manage to hold on? If that was anyone else, probably would have had cars all over the track.
No, it's not over yet. Maloney knows that he's got Kelly there. Oh, Kugamiya just didn't quite get the run out of there he would have liked. Shaping up to be a heck of a battle here in the closing stages. Lap 57 here at Road Atlanta for round 5. The LENOVO V8 Supercar Series, and boy oh boy, these boys are turning up for possibly the last step on the podium.
Bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper, Kelly is going for it. He's going to try and go for this move. Kugamiya's going to try and cover.
Oh, braver man than I. He's going around the outside. Kane's going to fight back on the inside.
Maloney though, look at him.
Oh, but look at Burton! Burton! Contact! Oh, they all got another contact!
Man, that probably would have been in tears about 7 or 8 times during that space. Maloney and Burton fighting absolutely tooth and nail. Look at Maloney's car now. It was fine before. Now it's got pockmarks all over it.
Oh, well, they don't need these. They can just send them back to the workshop after this race, fix up all the panels. Who cares? There's only a couple of laps to go. These boys know that they know what's on the line. The gap is still about 8 seconds to Smith up front, so he's holding true. But the best bit of the work out for him is that these boys can start battling and start slowing each other up.
Yeah, Smith is loving this. He'll be watching that F3 black box showing the gaps to the guys behind him. It's a 10-second gap right now. Here we go. In the train once again. Unless Smith runs out of fuel down the straight on the last lap. They're not going to catch it.
It's pretty handy to have that buffer there. Oh, what's Kane got? Kane's got a little bit of pace as he tries to attack the back of Kelly. He's going to have a look around the outside. No. But look back there. Bert. Maloney. Kugamia. And Kelly sideways underneath the bridge.
Going through the last turn. Kugamia and Maloney have to tap the brakes ever so slightly. Oh my god.
How good is this?
Brilliant stuff, this. Fantastic. These guys have been so close now. How long have they been doing this? Like 4 or 5 laps?
And they just keep mixing it up. These guys are just chewing at it. Actually thought Burton would have picked them off quite easy. I thought the fresher tyres might have worked in his advantage, but it's been the case. But Kelly just tried his hardest to hold off the attack from Kane Kugamia because Maloney's right there.
Yeah, all these guys in front of Burton have been battling so hard that Burton just hasn't had the space to go through. Oh, here we go again. Kelly goes
a little
wide.
bit wide, yep. Oh.
He's managed to put the power down nicely.
Yeah, but Kane's got the run here. He's got the draft. He's going to have to go to the outside because Kelly's going to hold the inside.
No.
But look at Maloney. Maloney's got the pull as well. He's coming up through the draft. He's got beans. He's got traction. He's going around the outside of both of them. Maloney. Oh, Kelly sideways.
Oh no! And Burton's going to try and go through as well.
A little bit of contact. Kelly
again.
sideways.
They're going to go side by side again. Oh no!
Oh, Kelly's got to be careful. He's on the outside.
Look out! McKnight! James McKnight is in the mix now as well.
And Ian Ford too. So Maloney, Burton, Kelly, Ian Ford, Kane Kugamia.
This is fantastic. This is the kind of battle we've been waiting for the whole race.
Jeez, can you imagine if Ian Ford could pick off these last couple and possibly have a crack at a podium, considering the night that he's had?
Yeah, it would be a fairy tale ending for Ian Ford as he goes for the move on Kelly. Kelly braking earlier than expected.
He's on the wrong part of the racetrack there.
There we go. That's broken them up a little bit. Now it's Maloney and Burton in front.
Ford into 6. What a fight back.
Wow, that's goodness me, that's another contender for driver of the race right there.
Burton, he's going to have a crack. Oh, he's got position. They're going to go side by side. No, shuts the door.
Shuts the
Brave
door.
stuff.
Doesn't just shut the door, he slams it in his face.
Oh, Ian Ford though, okay, Kugamia, he's trying to look for a move up the inside of Ford at the last turn. Oh, almost contact.
Oh, so very close, but they just managed to cut it fine. This is Kane Kugamia just catches the grass ever so slightly into turn 1.
Oh, the last lap, boys. How's this all going to pan out?
And then all of a sudden we are reminded that there is a race leader that we must focus on. But we'll stay with those guys as long as we can. But Josh Rogers is coming into the chicane now. What a drive from Rogers. He's just controlled the race right from the very start and has backed up his Sebring form with yet another win in the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Josh Rogers rounds the final turn and drifts across the line to take victory.
Great race from Rogers, down across the line in second.
Benjamin Smith is going to hold on for third. This is fantastic. Great
Still
stuff for Benjamin.
You're confident? No, he sounds like he's got plenty of horsepower, so
Yeah.
that's an awesome job. Benjamin Smith comes out of the final turn. He'll grab the last step on the podium. Well done, Benjamin Smith.
Doing the seemingly impossible. Jake Burton's going to come across the line in 4th. Jake Maloney 5th. Ian Ford 6th. Kane Kugamia 7th. After that amazing battle, Sean Kelly fell back quite a bit, unfortunately. He's going to cross the line in 8th after starting 4th. Wow, what a race that was. Jake Blackhall 9th. Lee Ellis rounds out your top 10, followed very closely by James McKnight.
I tell you, I said it before, I wanted $1 for every time that a car went past or that Ian Ford repassed a car, because boy, oh boy, has he had a mixture of a night. But to come home in 6th place, well done.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant result for Ian Ford. Both him and Benjamin Smith have done the seemingly impossible by overcoming extreme hardship and extreme limitations in this race, and yeah, they've brought the goods in this race. But I've also got to really give a shout out to the abilities of Maloney, Burton, Kukamia, and Kelly to have been able to battle as hard as that, even with a little bit of contact, but still, being able to race relatively cleanly.
Unbelievable. We saw everything. It was good. Such a good race. But, geez, I still think about the heartbreak for Phil Sell. Trying to see where did he end up coming home. He ended up coming home in 26th position. So,
how different could it have been?
Yeah, well, it was him and Rogers. He was leading the race when he fell out. So, unfortunately, equivalent to our 20-cent part went wrong for him, and handed the win to Rogers. But look, at the end of the day, Rogers was very, very pacey, and I don't think anyone could have stopped him anyway. But a great win from Rogers over Down, over Smith. And I'll tell you what, that's the story. Benjamin Smith, top job.
Yeah, really, really good drive there from Benjamin. He started 7th and finished 3rd on that strategy. He did cut it a bit fine towards the end, but he managed to pull through. But you can't take anything away from Rogers. It was just a consummate clinical drive. Fantastic.
Not wrong. Let's check out the top 10. What an amazing race for round 5 of the LENOVO V8 Supercar Series for Road Atlanta. This place turned it on. It was Josh Rogers taking the win after that stunning win at Sebring last round. Over Madison Down in 2nd place. Benjamin Smith, the talk of the town now for P3. Well done. Jake Burton in 4th. Jake Maloney 5th. Ian Ford in 6th, Kane Kugamia 7th, Sean Kelly in 8th, Jake Blackhall 9th, and Lee Ellis coming home in 10th place.
James McKnight was very close behind in 11th place. 12th was John Latham, unfortunately falling back after that hard battle earlier on in the race. Ethan Grigault finished in 13th. Cooper Murray did a very good job, actually, coming up from 29th to finish 14th. Corey Preston in 15th, Jason Hyde 16th, 17th was Aaron Hamilton, Michael Healy was 18th, 19th was Adam Zeitinger, the first car to not finish on the lead lap, Richard Aylward in 20th place.
Govan Keeney in 21st, Josh Burton in 22nd, Tony Klosterman in 23rd, Jaden Borg in 24th, 25th, Brenton Hodson, Jared Philsell, the heartbreak of the night, back in 26th place. Mitchell Selak in 27th, Jeff Gucci in 28th, 29th, Todd Parks, and Heath Brennan in 30th.
Forzan El Nabi was in 31st, Michael Cracknell 32nd, Victor Tanaka in 33rd position, 34th was Matt Stratford. Freak Schothorst, very, very poor result for him, unfortunately. 35th, 41 laps down. More retirements. Sean Evans in 36th. 37th was Lando Norris, world karting champion. Unfortunately, was not able to make it work this round, but hopefully we'll see him again. Dale Nish, 38th. And the last car on the results screen is car number 5, Luke Harvey.
Well, this race really turned it on. I love this racetrack. It really did mix things up, and the length of the race with the pit strategies certainly put a bit of a twist in it too. We saw how it all played out. Everyone tried different strategies. Some pitted early, some pitted late. We thought that the tyres benefits there towards the end may pay off, and we saw the fuel strategy for Benjamin Smith, who unfortunately had to save just that little bit too much and gifted it to Madison Down. But boy, oh boy, we saw a little bit of everything.
Yeah, we definitely did. Well, I guess we've got drivers already filing in for interviews. I think the first guy...
Win at the last stop.
The first guy that we're going to bring in as... Sorry to pull you up like that, man. Fantastic result for you, Benjamin. Finishing 3rd after some fuel dramas earlier on in the race. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I can't believe the pace I had today. It's really actually surprised me my qualifying position even. And yeah, lap one I just managed to stay out of trouble, make up a few spots, and then stayed with I think Sean Kelly at the start, and then ended up going past him and just kept on keeping the foot in the throttle. Just a shame towards the end. I just didn't put enough fuel in the last stop and had some big fuel saving dramas. But nonetheless, I'm really happy to bring it home on the podium.
Was that a premeditated decision to put in that small amount of fuel, or was that a straight up mistake?
The first stop I intended on short fillings to stay with Jared, or to get up the front with Jared and just tag behind him and learn a bit of stuff from him. But yeah, the last stop I thought I put enough fuel in, but obviously when I'd done my calculations kind of after the stop, 2 laps too late, I'd probably put 3 laps not enough fuel in, so I had to do some wild saving. I made the decision on the spot to, instead of pushing, to just save, and cost me 20 seconds and potentially a shot at fighting for the win. But no, just really happy to be able to bring it home.
Mate, it's pretty awesome. You turned it on. You were mixing it up with some of the best in the business. And, mate, what were your thoughts coming into it? Because you started back in P7, and to come home with the podium in this category of field, it's something you should be pretty proud of, mate. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely not something I expected coming to the race. So I'm actually really stoked with it. Just come on tonight for a bit of fun, and it turned out to be like a lot of fun. And yeah, it was really good mixing it up with boys like Madison, Jared, and everyone who you kind of look up to and think, yeah, they got a bit of pace. But yeah, it's a shame that we had a couple of other dramas with a couple of our other MPMS racing cars. But yeah, nonetheless, it was a great race.
Well, fantastic stuff, Benjamin. Next round. Where is next round, actually? I forget.
Don't worry, I'm the same. I haven't got my sheet in front of me, but yeah, it's going to be a ripper regardless of where it is.
Yeah, so Benjamin, it seems that the next round is Spa, another 250-kilometre race, but this time at a track that has much more fast and open corners than Road Atlanta. What are your opinions on Spa, and do you think you might be able to repeat this result there?
I actually really like Spa. Coming from like the open wheel background that I have, I really enjoy the fast flowing nature of the circuit. So it's a bit of a different beast trying to get the V8 around there and keep it off the curves and make sure you're not racking up the off tracks. But yeah, I had a lot of fun last year with Ian Ford co-driving with him at the Spa race. So hopefully I can keep up the pace that I showed tonight and maybe mix it up with the front boys again.
All right, well, fantastic job, Benjamin. Incredibly good drive to finish third, regardless of your fuel dramas. So, yeah, hope to see you again at Spa.
No worries, cheers, boys, and thanks to Evolution Racing Australia sponsors, Maverick Welding, MPMS Racing Simulators, and yeah, it's great to be on board.
Fantastic stuff from Benjamin Smith, finishing third. We're going to bring in the race winner, the absolute consummate victor in this race, Josh Rogers. You managed to hold the lead for the vast majority of the race, and yeah, despite some challenging from Jared Filsell, you still managed to come away with it.
Yeah, no, all in all, it was a pretty good race. But yeah, once those pit stops played out, it definitely made things nice and interesting, and definitely seemed as though that Jared must have short filled in that last stop or something, and that would have made things really interesting. Or obviously, it's not the way you want to win a race. Condolences to Jared, but he'll come back next time, and hopefully we can put it on again.
Well, mate, you had pretty good pace again this week, and you caught us by surprise, pitting what we thought was reasonably early, about lap 16 for that first stop. Was that the plan, or because you looked fairly comfortable out front?
Yeah, no, that was definitely the plan. We were just going to try and go for what Jared did at Watkins, roughly, and try and, I don't know, get some track position early, which, I don't know, it seemed to work good for the middle stint, but yeah, like I said, because of Jared's short fill, well, I'm assuming, yeah, that kind of fell back on us, but yeah, look, definitely the plan.
Well, it's still a good result, regardless of what happened to your competitors, as unfortunate as that may have been. But you seem to have a very good car under you now, Josh, and you're continuing to back up your Sebring form with incredibly good results. So next round is at Spa. Bit of a different track to what we've been visiting before, but it's another 250-kilometre race, and you've definitely shown that you can excel in many kinds of events. So what are your thoughts on the upcoming round?
Oh, super keen for Spa. As most of you probably know, that's where myself and Joe Burkett last year made our debut in Scops. So it'll be nice to go back there, and hopefully with the TTL car under me, we might be able to do something like this again. We'll have it on rails hopefully.
Well, brilliant stuff, Josh, and congratulations once again on that victory. And yeah, well, I guess we'll see you in Belgium.
Yeah, thank you, Wes.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, Josh Rogers there from Team TTV. We're going to bring in now Jake Burton. Mr. Burton, wow, that was an absolutely incredible race. We were watching you guys the whole time, and you managed to make your way through that even after some tappy and slidey. But yeah, a very good 4th place.
Oh, Reese, I'm over the moon. That was unreal, man. Undoubtedly the best sim racing race I've had. Few guys, Kane, Maloney, and Sean, guys that I have massive respect for, and just clean racing, even though we had the bumpers out here and there. It was just so much fun, and yeah, went for the longer strategy. Actually managed to lead a couple laps because of that, and I knew it would pay off with the tyres in the end. And I knew with those tyres, when I came out with 3 cars perfectly in front of me, I was like, yeah, I'm going to use these tyres. And yeah, I did. Had a little bit of a chat with Sean in Teamspeak. I'm like, hey Sean, can you jump over and can I have a go at this? But yeah, at the end I just got lucky that the guys in front made a couple mistakes and I capitalised. But that was bloody awesome, man.
It was so good to watch, and we saw the way the pit strategy was starting to work out for you. And I sort of mentioned to Reese that you were going to come out with fresh tyres, and of course the way it was playing out with Benjamin Smith, who was fuel saving, we thought, holy dooly, you got a crack at a possible podium here. To come home in 4th with the battle that you guys were having was awesome to watch. And you know, even though you were laying the bumpers to all of yous, you were all touching each other, there was a heap of respect there, and everyone was getting out the throttle to let everyone sort of gather it up again. So it was really great watching.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm awesome mates with Maloney from TTL, and there was one stage, I've never actually properly raced Jake, and I did tonight, and there was one stage coming towards the last corner that I got into him a bit hard, and he started spinning. I was like, oh no, and yeah, just got straight on the brakes. He straightened himself out, and we had another crack. So yeah, it was really awesome tonight to race with some guys who, yeah, just awesome racing, and all respect for one another and whatnot, which, yeah, race of the season for me, and I don't see it being beaten anytime soon.
Yeah, it was definitely right up there with some of the best racing we've ever seen in V8SCOPS, and well, I guess us up here in the commentary box are definitely hoping that it'll continue to next round at Spa, another 250-kilometre race, and yeah, what are your thoughts on Spa, Jake?
Well, last year obviously it was a part of the Enduro Cup, and I had some really awesome racing there, might remember, with Kane Kugamia, and yeah, that was lots of fun. Spa's an awesome track for me. I enjoy it, but it'll be a bit interesting to see how we go not with a teammate, so just be able to rag it by ourselves. And yeah, long race, I prefer the 250k ones. There's a bit more time to actually put it down, get into a rhythm and chase strategy than in the shorter races, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations on that very strong 4th place, Jake, and congratulations on putting on a show for the spectators. We'll see you at round 6.
Thanks a lot, Reese, and thanks guys once again. Thanks to Lenovo, OSR and whatnot for providing us with that awesome platform to go racing on. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff, Mr. Jake Burton there, our 4th place finisher. We're going to go now for our 5th place finisher, Jake Maloney. Jake, we were watching that battle, that 4-way battle that you were involved in with Kugamia, Kelly, Burton, and then Ford towards the end. But wow, that was an absolutely incredible race.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Best battle I've ever had in iRacing. Really enjoyed that. Really happy with the result, P5, and the battle was, yeah, brilliant. Bit of contact, but all good, fair contact and hard racing.
That's funny you say that. It's the one thing we said to Burton, that you know, you guys were touching each other a little bit, but you're all getting out of the throttle, letting each other gather it up, and it really turned out to be some great race. And it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of bump and grind there, as long as everyone sort of plays fair and it doesn't end up in tears. But it was good to see that bit of sportsmanship where you guys were sort of letting each other gather it all up and then getting cracking at it again.
Yeah, a lot of it was racing like a pit party, the way we were hanging it all out. But yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of respect shown, racing with good drivers.
Yeah, fantastic to hear. And I'm just looking at the timing screen at the moment, showing the results, and you managed to gain a few positions even from your 8th place start. So very good job on that.
Yeah, had a good strategy. Obviously with Richard not racing, he was doing strategy in that, and we made the decision to short fill in the first stop to gain track position, and then try and pull away from the guys behind and get ahead of them, and it worked quite well. With a few miscues for Sean and that, we ended up in front of him and just had to race hard and to the end.
Oh, brilliant stuff. I guess next round at Spa, you'll be looking to repeat some of that. It's the same event format as this one, bit of a change from its former place. It's a 3-hour endurance race. So, how do you think you're going to go there?
Yeah, should hopefully go a bit faster than I did last year. Like to be up around the top 10 again. Just keep punching out the consistent top 10s, and yeah, try and get the best result we can.
All right, good words to hear. Well, thank you very much for coming up, Jake, and congratulations on that strong finish, and we'll see you at the next round.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the broadcast.
All right. Next person we're going to bring in is Madison Down. Madison, hello, first off. Very, very strong finish from you. Second place behind Josh Rogers. And if our championship standings are correct, penalties notwithstanding, you are now the championship leader.
Yeah, that's all right. Considering, yeah, I mean, I know Jared was probably a good shot at winning tonight, so a little bit unfortunate for him leading the race and having a dropout. I got to say, he won't like hearing it, but I know how that feels. It's happened to me plenty of times before, but well done to Josh Rogers again, winning. Got to stop him soon because he will get on a bit of momentum here and just take it away. But yeah, our car wasn't that great tonight, to be honest. We struggled quite a lot, and I'm not sure. Sandman did the split 2 race. I'm not sure what he found, but I just found the car was fine for the first 2 or 3 laps on the stint, and then just fell off a cliff basically. So really, really lucky to come away with second tonight, because it could have been a whole lot worse for us.
Mate, I was talking about, for sim races, I guess our 20-cent part is when we drop out of a race, and exactly what you touched on. You're the last person to preach about that. You've had your fair share of dropouts and all the rest of it, but yeah, as much as disappointing as it is for Phil Cell, I guess that's just one of our things in our sport.
Yeah, it is that, and computer issues and whatever. That's our kind of mechanical issue. You basically never get it with the actual iRacing cars, and probably nor should you. So, yeah, you got to make sure all your networking and computers and steering wheels and all your hardware is all working right. And unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't quite go to plan. And I've had my fair share of races leading where you see the quality dropping, and everything else disappear, and you're just hoping it comes back. But unfortunately for Jared, it didn't. It's very frustrating, especially when you're leading a race, because it's completely out of your control. Quite often, it's not even your fault. It'll be an ISP's fault. So I feel for him.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is some very unfortunate circumstances for Mr. Phil Cell, but you've come out of it the best, probably not in the way that you wanted to, but regardless, you are now leading the championship, and you're going to have that momentum coming into Spa next round, which is another 250-kilometre event.
Yeah, Spa in the past for me has been a relatively good track, and I quite like these 250k races. We saw it with a bit of the real-life racing on the weekend at the Barbagallo. The different strategies that you can play with these 2-stop races are kind of cool, and although we don't have a compulsory fuel drop, it's very similar. Like, you see guys taking a lot of fuel early and then others doing the opposite of that, so it's interesting to see how it pans out after the final stop. So I think at a track like Spa, it'll be good. Plenty of passing opportunity there at Spa as well, so that should be a good round. But I need to win a race, Reece. I've got
Yeah.
momentum in the championship, but leading the championship, having not won a race, I've had a lot of seconds, but yeah, need to break through for that win soon. Hopefully, Spa can be that round.
I was going to say,
Keke Rosberg and only win one race and win the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like a bit of a Rick Kelly or Russell Ingall. I was thinking about that in this race. I'm driving along in the last stint thinking, bloody hell, another second place. Imagine, because I knew I was going to lead the championship, and I thought, wow, I'm going to be called Rick Kelly in a sec.
no, it's probably been a while since you've had such a streak without a win. I'm trying to think when your last win was.
Oh, a long time ago. It was about mid-season last year, so we're talking, this is probably around about mid-season. It'd be easily 10, 11 months, maybe longer. So it's been a very, very long time. And the streak I had last season, I think, was 3 or 4 round wins or race wins in a row. So at the point you're doing that, you're just happily rocking up every week, cruising to wins and all that. So I didn't really expect to go this long without a win, but it's good. We've had a few more different winners this year. Very competitive field. It's good to see Ben Smith up there tonight as well, a new name. So no, it's good. I can't complain.
Well, Madison Down, fantastic to hear from you, and yeah, I guess you'll be looking forward to Spa now. I guess we'll see you then. Yep,
absolutely. Catch you next round, guys.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you very much, Madison Down, who left before I could drag him away. Okay, Mr. Sean Kelly, I think, is going to be up next. Sean, 8th place finish after starting 4th, but you were involved in a hell of a battle, weren't you?
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, it's always good fun, but yeah, can't help but be a bit disappointed to throw 4th place away probably twice in the race, actually.
I was talking you up a little bit at the start, mate. Reece was pretty impressed by your pace in qualifying for leading up to the event. I said that you might have hit on something with setup-wise, because P2 in this field leading into tonight was pretty impressive, but yeah, unfortunately just slipping back down the order a little bit towards the end.
I'm surprised you took me up. I mean, you drove our set, so it felt awful. Like, our qualifying wasn't too bad. I wanted more, but yeah, race set wasn't too great. I mean, we used pretty much exactly the same setup from last year, so we just couldn't find anything. So normally doesn't count for too much quite often, but so many skilled guys around. Sometimes they pick up a good car, and there's some good cars out there, and tried what I could do, but unfortunately I missed my pit stop by must have been 2 inches. Didn't even give me a notice. So when the fuel didn't start going, I grabbed reverse and backed in. Yeah, so I should have come out ahead of Maloney, and I was suspecting I didn't have enough fuel. And if I come ahead of Maloney, I probably would have been able to get on top of my fuel and manage it from there. But unfortunately, I got tied up in that awesome battle, and then when I finally got on top of it and came out in front of them in 4th place, I realised I only had 4.6 litres to do the last 2 laps.
Oh.
Ooh.
All right then.
And of course you need 3 litres. So and then to top it off, in this last few laps, also just went over instant points. So that's probably what I'm more annoyed about, really, to be honest.
Well, regardless, it's still an all right finish, getting into the top 10. Are you looking to maybe carry this qualifying pace at least into Spa, because it's pretty similar to Road Atlanta with the elevation changes and the flowing corners?
Yeah, well, qualifying's all right. I generally expect to be in the 2nd or 3rd row. Last round wasn't too good, so I wasn't feeling too great, and then someone ran me off the road in qualifying at Sebring, so that's why I ended up 16th and so yeah, Spa, I love Spa, I do alright. So yeah, I won't be happy unless I'm on the 2nd row again, I guess.
Alright then, well hopefully you get to that point. Sean Kelly, thank you very much for popping up for a chat, and I guess we'll see you at Spa. Yes.
Yeah, sweet as guys. Yes, good fun. Just always good fun, even in those races that get away.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Sean. We will see you at Spa. And I guess our final driver that we'll bring in for an interview before we wrap up is Corey Preston for JMSR 6 Boost Racing. Corey, started 12th, and finished 15th, but you had some adventures along the way.
Yeah, didn't I ever? Yeah, that's. Let me tell you right now, that's not the most ideal way to come into the pit lane at all.
Yeah, we were watching that live. It was quite the entry indeed.
Yeah, especially when the car was coughing coming down the pit entry road. So she was coughing and spluttering, and then my rear end made contact with the wall and spun around. I'm like, how am I going to get this turned around? So I just left the boot in it and hope I could roll to the pit bay. But yeah, I had a pretty good battle with Ian in the early laps too, and then yeah, my car just started horribilising towards the end of the first stint. But the rest of the race was good.
How'd you go with damage, mate? You talked about the contact coming into pit lane. Did you have to have any repairs for that, or did you just push on?
No, the car was quite good. Funnily enough, it was actually better after I sort of annihilated the side of the car on the concrete. Mate, you know, sometimes these homebrew wheel alignment tweaks can really work in your favour, and then sometimes they don't. So yeah, this one worked in my favour, so I was pretty lucky. That and the track rubbering in too. But yeah, that was the rest of the race was just damage control, and yeah, I got up to 15th, so it's a pretty good result. You know, here in Sebring, 2 races in a row with minimal fuss, so it's great. I'm starting to enjoy my racing again.
Oh, that's very good to hear. Well, thinking about enjoyment, what are your views on the next round at Spa?
Spa is good. I like Spa. Our car is good at Spa. It's just I'm still a little bit heartbroken of what happened to us last season at Spa in the 4 hour, I think it was. But yeah, we'll make amends and certainly hope to do better this time around.
Yeah, because it is a much shorter race now. It's only a 250 round like this one. So I suppose you'll be getting on that and looking to as you said, make amends.
Yeah, Dale might actually get to drive the car this time.
Yeah, here's hoping. Well, thank you very much for popping up, Corey, and congratulations on your result. And yeah, I guess we'll see you at round 6.
Thanks, buddy. Nice job on the commentary too.
Hey,
cheers, bud.
Thank you very much, Corey.
Thanks.
All right. Well, there we go. That's our driver interviews done. And did we drag Mr. Korolev up, Sandman?
Oh, why not? Some would argue why we should or shouldn't, but
yeah, true. Well, I guess we can bring him up. There he is. All right. Well, let's discuss the championship just quickly before we wrap this up. As we mentioned before, penalties were put in. Madison Down is currently leading the championship from Jared Filsell from Josh Rogers in 3rd, and they're fairly close. 1,357 points, Madison Down, 1,314, Jared Filsell, and Josh Rogers is very close behind again. But Ian Ford is in 4th as well.
Yeah, of course. We've seen just how well Rogers has gone over the last couple of rounds. He's definitely got form, but it's just as easy as what we've seen happen to Filsell tonight. You know, that margin could disappear quite easily, and it's heartbreaking stuff for Filsell, but he's only 43 points behind and still a long way to go in this season.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm looking further down the field. Big improvement is as what we saw in second split. Will Dodd has gained 7 positions in the championship hunt, as has Mitch Aberhall. They're now 25th and 27th, so very good job from them.
Yeah, looking to see how all these guys take on for the next round for Spa, and of course that track has got its own challenges in itself, and you know, we may be talking about a big shake-up in the points at the end of that, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to Spa. I think it'll be an absolute pearler.
Yeah, definitely will. I'm also noticing Richard Hamstead is in 10th place in the championship, despite only recording 6 starts out of 7 races. If you noticed, he actually didn't compete in this race because he's sick. But he's managed to preserve 10th place in the championship regardless, so he's still in a pretty good position.
Yeah, good stuff. That's, yeah, well, it's not good that he's sick, but it's good that he's still there or thereabouts.
Yeah, definitely is. And Jake Maloney, John Latham, Jake Burton, still very strong, 9th, 8th, and 7th. Ethan Grigg-Gault, despite a few bad results this season, is in 6th place in the championship hunt, so very good for him. And Sean fills in 5th position, so that's pretty much your top 10 in the championship at the moment. So going into Spa, who knows? We might see that shaken up even more. A new championship leader, maybe.
Oh, put the Mozzes on down already, have you?
Oh, who knows? You never know with V8 Scops, really. You never know.
That's all right, exactly.
I certainly don't want to put the commentator's curse on anyone, but as a commentator, you kind of live for excitement and something, anything to report on. So yeah, I'm looking for the heat to be turned up at Spa.
Yeah, bring it on, I say.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, that's the championship discussion over. I do believe we've got representatives of Oceanic Sim Racing in the box. Michael Korolev, do you have us?
I do. Good evening, gentlemen.
G'day, mate.
How are we all?
Very good.
Throat's a bit dry after all that.
I think it would be. We watched that race with a lot of trepidation. It was panning out to be an absolute cracker to see where the fuel strategies were going to play themselves out between guys like Madison and Josh and Jared, and you had Ben in there as well in the mix, and sort of where it was going to end up. And it's just a shame that Jared lost connection, because it was really, I think it would have been very, very interesting.
Yeah, we were pretty excited to see how that was all going to pan out, but unfortunately, Phil Cell dropped out. But how's the form of Ben Smith? That was awesome.
It was a good drive. It was a very good drive. We watched that, and it was nice to see. It's nice to see those guys having, and it'd be great to see it on a more consistent basis. But you've got guys like 40 there who just had an unfortunate touch at the beginning, which dropped him back. He had a great drive back through the field to get himself up into a decent set of points, and coming across that little battle group of 4 that turned it into 5 with Sean Kelly and Jake Burton and Kane and all those boys in there. These guys, watching them from our point of view and watching them race, it's great to see guys like Ben and Ian getting in there and being able to mix it, because they do have the talent. They put it in, and they're snapping right at the heels, and it's just good to see that competition there, which makes the series really, really quite interesting. But no, congratulations to Ben. Good drive tonight. He was obviously. He looked like I'm not sure, but from my point of view, he looked like he did have to fuel save a little bit there for a while. Might have had a little bit wrong, but he got there in the end, and man, points are on the board.
Mate, and that was the beauty of tonight's race, that little bit of strategy with pit stops. And of course, unfortunately, Ben just did get caught out with having to save fuel to make it home. But mate, we love it. We love throwing out that little bit of strategy for stops, because everyone played it differently, and it really turned it on for tonight.
Oh, absolutely, and remember, you still got guys there, as you said. You've got Richard Hampstead away, who's ill. Although there was a bit of chatter down in the bottom things there that he might have been a little bit put off by the fact that Joss is now becoming consistently quick.
He loves to kick the hornet's nest. That's what he likes to do.
Hey, look, I was only just waiting down there in the green room. I'm just telling you what I heard as a little bit of scuttlebutt in the background. And I can tell you there was one comment there that said that there may be a Snapchat of him sitting out the back of a dumpster somewhere with a bottle somewhere, because he's not too happy at all. So, but I found that to be a little bit harsh. I think Richard's a far nicer person and a decent person. I don't think he would give up that easy, but he may be ill, and look, if he is ill, bad luck, and hope he gets better and gets back into it soon. But look, that's you've also think about it too. You didn't have Sam Sutton there tonight. I believe Sam is away on with some real life stuff at the moment, something to do with his work and so forth. So he was unable to make it as well. So you've got a whole pile of guys who are just going to roll into the mix. Spa's going to be one of those circuits that how fast it is.
Oh.
It's just you've got to be pinpoint accurate all the time to keep the lap times up, don't you? There and you can make speed, but you can also make speed and by getting off tracks. But if you get too many of those, you know what's going to happen. So
oh yeah,
it's There's a whole pile of guys there only just off the back of those top fellas that on their night can roll up into them and give them all a bit of a scare. I know Madison was he was watching his fuel numbers very carefully, and as you saw, Sean Kelly unfortunately in the heat of the moment just ran out, so he had to drop out of that battle that was a little bit further back. It was around 6th, 7th, 8th, somewhere around there.
Yep.
Somewhere around there. So, the pressure is on for these guys really to perform, and I mean that just makes for great viewing. I think it's great.
Oh, it makes for great racing too, because the pressure starts from Thursday.
It does.
As soon as qualifying starts, you look at those times. It's ridiculous how much what times you need just to make top 40.
Mate, I would give, you don't know what I'd give just to have a tenth of the talent to be able to get into the second split, but to even have a go, Clarkie. So I'll gladly take your spot over in the second split. But no, it is good to see there are guys in there, guys having a go, and we had a few European fellas show some interest in the series, and they've turned up, and they're some pretty decent peddlers. They had a pretty good night. I think they were a little bit. Maybe got a little bit caught out by ping or just by the type of racing, but I think they'll settle themselves in quite well. It was good to have them on board and give them a bit of a taste of what the Australians can do. I hopefully they'll be back.
Mate, I think they will. I think they will. It's. I reckon it's seat time. I mean, I mentioned it earlier.
Yep.
Someone asked how I went with my race tonight, and it's the first time I've been in a V8 all year, and and that showed tonight. Unfortunately, I sort of made a couple of mistakes and made a pit stop error. It cost me, but I reckon the more seat time that anyone can get, you plant your bum in these things and just turn laps. That will do you the world of good, and it's starting to show. We've got different names all the way through the field.
You do, and some good names are in there, and there are other names you look at and you think, hang on, what's that guy doing down in 20th? Why is he so far down? You just think, no, there are 19 other guys there that are faster because they all deserve to be there. So there's good depth through the field too.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's the main strength of V8SCOPS. The super high level of competition, and it's infectious as well. Like we have drivers that come in and then they're just there race after race after race trying to get better.
Well, that's true. That is exactly true. You never know. Gary Rogers might sign up. I think he's after 2 new cars for next year, so you might see Scotty back in the series.
Yeah.
It should be good to see Scotty back. It's been a while since he's done some serious laps around here.
Yeah,
I'd
absolutely.
like to see him back in.
Absolutely. Could be there. You never know. No, it is
Mr.
a good
McLaughlin?
series. I might give Gary a call, see what we can work out. No, good stuff.
No, bring on Spa, I reckon. I loved it as part of the Enduro Cup last season, but something a little bit different this time. And not having to rely on co-drivers could mix things up a little bit.
Well, that is true. And don't forget, we are just around the corner from the Enduros. We're not too far off them. They are starting to creep up on us. We've bunched them together this year so that Enduro couples can, pairings can stay together for 3 races and get a bit of a roll on, as it were. So that's only just around the corner too. We've got great teams. You've got some really clever cookies building setups out there, and there are some fast guys doing some great times. You've got excellent team managers. You've got guys coming on that are getting faster and faster all the time, and like Kane. You've got young Cooper Murray. You've got some of the younger blokes, with a few team swap arounds there, and with the TTR guys that have brought on, like Josh Rogers and so forth. You've got Enduros coming, and I think we're in for a pretty good finish of the season. With even though it's unfortunate that Jared had his drop, it's closed all the points. Everyone's all in that tight little bunch, aren't they?
Not wrong. Can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the season. Some tracks that one track at least that we haven't visited before in the V8 is Indianapolis Road for the Brickyard 250 at the beginning of July. That's going to be very interesting. A 250-kilometer race around the road course at Indy, and I'm also looking forward to the Enduro Cup as well, especially the 500-kilometer around Virginia International Raceway. That's going to be great.
Yep, and remember we've got the qualifying format there too. So you're going with the co-drivers and so forth. You're going to be looking at guys doing a qualifying race with co-drivers setting the positions for the cars to follow on from there for the next major race. So
How awesome is that?
Similar to what was done. Was it? Yeah, Sandown for the Sandown endurance race.
Yep.
Same sort of style. So there's that to think about as well.
I need to trick someone to drive with me now.
Well, good luck with that, Sandman. And maybe we'll see you on track there. But anyway, I do think it's getting on a bit, and I think it might be time to wrap this up. Well, thank you very much for popping up for a chat, Mike. And
always our pleasure. Thanks, guys, and thanks for the work that you do.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sandman, it was an absolutely fantastic event this time. V8 Supercar Online Premier Series turning it up once again here at Road Atlanta.
Definitely, mate. It was some great battles all the way up and down the field. Some new names up there, and this place didn't let us down. Really loved it, but bring on Spa.
Yeah, bring on Spa indeed. That's a 250-kilometre event. The Belgian 250, May 19th to May 22nd. Be there or be square. You've been watching the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Thank you, of course, to Lenovo, to Oceanic Sim Racing, to Sim Speed TV, to Fonty for directing this broadcast all the way from Spain on his Europe trip. Make sure you're having fun over there, mate. And thank you very much for watching, viewers. So you've been watching the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, and your winner for the Atlanta 250 at Road Atlanta was Joshua Rogers.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sell second. Hampstead third. Your podium. And Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. For what a result. What a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Next to the town of Braselton, Georgia, one of the United States' best racetracks, remains a hive of activity after nearly half a century of operation. The rolling, bucking, diving, fast and flowing Road Atlanta. Another racetrack from the glory days that has pushed through into the modern age, Road Atlanta has only had its layout changed once and has given itself enduring vitality through safety improvements. It lives on openly challenging the driver, with blind corner entries, high speeds and sweeping elevation changes. Though short for a facility of its stature, Road Atlanta is a whole new adventure every lap. Road Atlanta began life by being thrust into the spotlight. The land the track lies on was originally farmland, purchased by David Sloyer, local figure Arthur Montgomery, and engineer Earl Walker, with the intention of building a world-class road racing facility. Their big break came almost instantly when the Can-Am series needed a replacement venue after the Bridgehampton circuit suffered flood damage. The landowners rushed to meet the deadline, excavating, building, and sealing the entire circuit in just 6 months. The track was completed just in time to hold the Can-Am event in September 1970, and was an instant hit. Over the next few years, the circuit played host to many of America's top series, yes, even NASCAR. The Grand American Series stopped there in 1973, and in 1986 it was also the host of the first ever road course event in what is now the Xfinity Series. The track was eventually sold in 1978, and from then on passed from owner to owner, a story shared by many a racetrack over the years. Road Atlanta eventually fell into bankruptcy in 1993 and was then purchased by another group that widened the track and made improvements to the facilities. But the true modern age of Road Atlanta came in 1996, when Don Panos purchased the track to make it the base of his motorsports empire, which includes Sebring. Panos' company further improved the circuit's facilities and safety by installing the current chicane on the back stretch and a new pit complex on the other side of the start-finish straight. The large crest on the back stretch was also removed. This brought the track up to the FIA's international standards and allowed it to host ever bigger events. The first of these is now Road Atlanta's signature event, the Petit Le Mans. First held in 1998, the 10-hour endurance race for sports cars has become a fixture on the American and world motorsports calendar. Finally, in 2012, the track came under the control of NASCAR as part of its acquisition of the Panos Group. The track remains a popular venue among drivers and spectators, and the Petit Le Mans is a marquee round of the United Sports Car Championship. Road Atlanta is well vested in racing of all types, and V8 supercars on iRacing are no exception. A 250-kilometre single race is what the drivers must endure tonight, but at this track they will surely have fun while they're at it. The Atlanta 250, Round 5 of the 2016 LENOVO V8 Supercar Online Premier Series.